He always does it too early. You need to have like a 5-second warning there to. Time for the funny. In which case, the 120.
Yeah, I also gotta get the newer streamer bot up.
Look, I'm just put it out there. We on the funny 120.
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe it, everyone? We're this close.
So close.
Ah, yes, a Wasp, Hornet, and Yellow Jacket trap for the adverts today.
Fun.
Hello, Snake Snipe and Forgetful Legend.
This may be a decision I regret at some point, but not right now.
I regret to say, Stream, that we have armed Levi with multiple guns.
We could arm him with the chainsaw too.
And a flamethrower and a bioblaster. Wait, wrong game.
He's already got a flamethrower.
Just give him a drill.
Now... Just gonna give him a Magitech burst shot.
Just give him a chainsaw. Truck the instant death.
But Magitech shotgun.
That's actually a lot less loud.
Levi, you sound very distant.
That's because I'm not facing my mic.
What'd you say?
So I said that was a lot less painful than I was expecting. At the same time, ow. Messing around with my new toy.
Alright, that.
Messing
And,
around with a chainsaw. What's
No,
your new toy?
a meteor hammer.
Oh, I know what that is. Oh God, yeah. It's basically a flail.
Okay, time to ban Forgetful Legend. Yoink.
The first recorded use of uwu.
And I fit this into
Honestly, I'm not surprised by that being a Yu-Gi-Oh fanfic. That started that meme. Everybody thinks the furry started it.
This is not mutually exclusive. Just saying.
Was her name Amora?
Allura.
Allura. Okay. And I was like,
Mhm.
I haven't spoken to her in forever. I was just like, what was the name again? Heck.
Hi, Portia.
Hi, Portia.
Hi, Portia.
Also, hi, 18.
Huh?
Snake's Dive got an 18 this time.
Magical. Everybody's saying hello, Portia.
Neo says hi, Portia.
Yeah.
46.
46% chance of possible
Death.
destruction,
I didn't get higher than
mayhem. Death, destruction, and mayhem.
that.
And taxes. We all hate taxes.
Not Miles, especially if Umbreon is the one collecting.
Waiting for it.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, so 8,000 players only. So am I to assume that we do not have any journals today?
I believe so.
Right. I'll give it another minute or two and then we can jump in. Okay. And with that said, everyone ready for some more fun?
Always.
So, with that, welcome everyone into session 120.
Magic missile.
Wrong game. So everyone
Lightning
roll a
bolt! Lightning bolt!
everyone roll a d20 unless we want to figure out who starts first.
I volunteer to go any position except first.
Very well.
Let's see. Oh, I guess we're doing the funny.
So, guess that leaves a Luby. Forgetful, like you got a 20.
Let's see. He lightly knocks on the door.
Come
Not
in.
sure. Hello, Alora.
Hello there, Libby. Doing well today?
I suppose so, but I come here on business, actually.
What can I do for you?
He just closes the door behind him, just out of respect. So, Patrock suggested I come to you at some point after we went missing that little while ago. Something, I guess, occurred that I can't really remember. And as much as I want to try to avoid it, I feel like I should get it out of the way before it becomes a problem again.
Well, care to tell me the circumstances?
You know how I'm reticent on killing?
I do.
Or I may have blacked out at some point just before we got back, and I was told I was acting different, spaced out even. The only thing I remember is waking up after whatever else happened. Whatever those purple lights were.
Take a seat there.
Anywhere in particular?
Wherever you're comfortable.
So he just kind of sits down and, like, I'm going to assume there's a chair somewhere around here. Unless it's, like, right there. Oh, okay.
There you go. So, take a moment to take a few breaths, relax yourself.
Believe me, I'm trying.
There's no calmer place from here. So, can you tell me what led to what happened when you blacked out?
The last thing I remember is a zealot incineroar that was hopped up on Gigas, which we all know the outcome of that, but prior to that, there was so many people that died, some of which could have been avoided, but they just insisted on keeping on.
Sounds like the
And I was
effects
forced to
of
watch
Gigas.
Yeah. Normally, I would have accepted that much, but the people that died before, not all of them were on Gigas. They willingly chose to die for whatever cause they wanted, and I was forced to sit there and watch.
Apollo talked a few times about the way the Zealots acted, with and without Gigas. So it does make sense that they do the things you're talking about.
The thing is that it wasn't all zealots. There was that Salamence as well.
Can you tell me about him?
Other than the fact that he was literally breaking the fabric of time and space just to get vengeance on us somehow. I tried to give him every opportunity, and he just wouldn't stop. So everybody else took it into their own hands to just end him right there. And even before that, the whole thing with Zenaida.
I have heard about Zenaida. Of course, at this point everyone has, but... I can't say that I condone what Apollo did. But
I don't
he had his
expect you to.
reasons.
It's like, I don't expect anyone to condone it. Even I don't, but I sat there and let it happen. It's been a guilty conscience of mine since.
And the incident with the Zenaida, the Salamence, and the Zealots all accumulated, didn't it?
Yeah, in a way. Padrock says that he couldn't really get much out of when he tried to delve into my dreams when I was out cold. He suggested I talk to you, but at the time I couldn't bring myself to go through with this because I knew that if I knew what happened, or even remembered what happened, I'd probably lose it.
Repressed memories are the brain's way of protecting itself. You experience trauma, and the brain represses that trauma so that you can live your day-to-day life. It's a defense mechanism.
I'm fully aware of that. It's just... What if it triggers again? I can't let that happen a second time. I know it's trying to protect me, but if I don't face it, when will I?
Post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm sure you know what that is.
Yes, I'm aware. Are you saying I should just...
Oftentimes you never recover from it. You could live your entire life with it, and something somewhere, somehow, may set it off. There's really no controlling it. However, learning to deal with it, learning to get past it, some have the ability to do so, some don't. But I can help where I can by looking into your mind.
There is one other thing. I don't remember who mentioned it, but they said I was acting different. Not myself. I'm not sure how, but
Shall I take a look?
yeah. How does this usually go?
Just close your eyes. Try to center yourself, calm your mind. And when you feel a nudge, let me in.
Suppose I can try.
Tell me when you're ready.
He just kind of leans his head against the table and tries to see if he can't just close his eyes that way. Just cover himself up, basically.
Slow, steady breaths. In and then out. There you go. Now let's see. You feel a sense of the world around you fading away. And after a moment, you find yourself in an empty space.
Where
Do you see anything, Ellaby?
nothing but just pitch darkness, but
Do you see me? Right in front of you?
I think so, yeah.
Now, try to remember what happened. If it gets
How
to
could I
be
forget?
too tough, then back away.
Honestly, how could I forget? Just one frantic run through the jungle. Then we met that Incineroar, which I quickly identified it being on Gigas. And shortly after he died, I felt something snap in my own head. And then nothing.
Supposed to be on that layer. And then you woke up. And you didn't
woke
know what
up and-
happened.
The last thing I remember was purple lights. Someone mentioned Eternatus, but I only saw the lights. But when I came to, I was underneath the very large tree that was just underneath. Similar place to where we last encountered Desolute.
Hmm.
but
Can you remember anything else?
everything in between then and the Incineroar, I don't remember a thing. I mean, I can try, but no guarantees.
When your team talked to you after you woke up, do you remember what they said?
I don't remember the exact words. No. Why?
Do you remember what they described, at least?
Engel. And the fact he passed on. And that... I think they said that Malamar was involved.
And did they say what happened to Melamar?
Turned to ash. Dissipated. Not sure.
Okay.
Everyone's dying.
And you feel like you can't save anyone. Is that right?
Every time. Since that Jangmo, I believe. Very first one I couldn't save. After the attack of Kartana. He was barely alive when we got to him, and shortly after he passed on. There wasn't much I could do about it.
Mhm.
It all started then. Always the critical moment just before they died.
Take a step back, Ellery. Don't let the memories overwhelm you.
Right.
Take a moment to recenter yourself, okay? What about the people you did save?
The village that was attacked by the butcher. There were several that were clinging to life after the butcher was dealt with them, and I'm pretty sure I saved at least a few of them. But not all of them could be saved.
But he did save some. Yes?
Yeah.
And
I believe one of them was their village chief, or at least the second in command.
they made it out. And the butcher left.
They left after... for some reason, I don't remember what, but...
Try to focus specifically on the incident with the Incineroar. What did you feel at that point?
Anxiety.
Anything else?
The inability to stop the inevitable. I don't know how to describe it, okay?
What you're describing already sounds like an apt response. Death is not something simple to experience, whether it's yourself, a friend, an enemy. It's never just as simple as watching them die. Hey,
Shall I give you an example then? Theanor. The Salamence. I'm not sure if you can see this, but it's probably easy to give an example, but this Salamence, the last time we met up with him, was in a completely different time period. Why he was there when we were trying to return back home. Part of me wants me to believe that he believed that we were on the crash course of a future where nobody survives at all. And he wasn't going to stop until somebody did something. Even if we left him to recover later, he would have just happened to start it again. And then again. And before that, Greninjas. After my dear friend Padrock. They wouldn't leave him alone, no matter what. Time after time after time, we fought these assassins. And they just couldn't let it go. So I had to watch my dear friend turn into something else. He didn't kill them, he just took away their ability to live. You can see it on their expressions. Every one of them, blank as a slate. As if there was nothing there. All this pent-up emotion when we finally came across an Incineroar with the Gigas. That was when something in my own head snapped. I don't know what. But Padrock said I screamed internally.
Watching things like that happen, it creates a complicated... How do I explain this? It triggers a chain reaction in the synapses. And seemingly it feels chaotic. You don't know what's going on. And oftentimes, neither does your own brain.
But after that, I was told that I was basically walking around with just nothing in my own eyes. Clouded. I don't know how to really explain it because I don't remember.
Walking around as if you weren't in control.
Exactly.
As if someone else was.
Yeah. Driven to protect any single soul, even if it comes at the cost of dying. just to make sure that they don't feel guilty about it all. Is that why I was sore when I woke up?
Potentially.
I just remember waking up under this very tree, aching, as if I'd gone beyond my own limits and just collapsed.
Ellaby,
Yes?
do you know what an altar is?
Not by definition, no.
Dissociative identity disorder, or multiple personalities. Alters tend to form when the mind undergoes such severe stress for a long period of time. Your consciousness, your personality splits. Something else forms, takes over as a way to protect you. You yourself don't realize that you go to sleep. But when you wake up, you don't remember anything that happened, anything you did, anything you saw, as if it was never there, like you were never there.
But what about the purple lights? I remember that.
Did you feel like you were watching them from the back seat, from afar?
It certainly felt like that.
That's just another symptom of it. What you may have experienced could have been the early stages or even late stages of the development of an altar.
Is that a bad thing?
I wouldn't say it's a bad thing, it's complicated. The reasoning for an altar's existence is to protect you. Thus, the cause of it could definitely be a bad thing, but the altar's existence in itself isn't always, especially if its purpose is to keep you safe. Now, eventually,
If it's trying,
go on.
if it's trying to use the body as like just a brick wall, even if it means dying, is that just considered a bad thing? I don't think that's protecting me.
Protecting your mind, yes. However, altars are just another part of you. Some part of you felt the need to do that, and thus this other person in control felt that need. Whether it was good, whether it was effective, efficient, smart, that's entirely up to what you would have done. At some point in your life, something like this could have happened and you would have reacted in such a way.
He turns around to face the tree and just looks up at it like, so there's no cause of worry for me to be unable to remember a thing?
When you first described it, I thought it was repressed memories, but if it was an altar, That's another matter completely different and much more complicated. But I don't see it as a reason to feel too concerned. My concern is, how do you deal with this altar, if it is the case?
That's just that. I don't know what would cause it to happen again. And I'd really rather not try to have my own mind just shift into a different personality at the worst opportunity. I don't know what to do about it.
It may happen again, it may not. This may be a one-time occurrence. But a lot of the time, if an altar sticks around, they are effectively another person living inside you. Not always permanent. Oftentimes altars will disappear, reintegrate into the original personality. That in
So
itself can have positive and negative impacts on you.
So I just do nothing about it?
You keep your mind open and effectively just be ready. Brace yourself. You can't always control when it comes out. You generally can never control when it comes out. But if it does, know that it's doing its absolute best to keep you safe, to survive.
And what of the others? What if it's not me that I want protecting?
If it's protecting the others, then it's just another part of you. Another part of what you already had.
He takes a deep sigh, turns back away from the tree, and just looks at Elora in the eyes. It's like, I think I understand.
There isn't enough research today to really understand what an altar is or how to deal with it. Heck, even in all my years' experience doing what I do, I've seen many altars, but they're always different, and I can never understand them fully. You can only do your best at dealing with it and try not to make an enemy out of it.
He kind of just takes a moment that he looks like he's staring past Elora, but then looks back at Elora and focus. I'll try to live with it, I guess. I think I'm ready to go.
There's someone else here.
Behind you.
No, not that. Behind you.
Huh? Has he always been here?
Depends. Also, I'm going to refresh the stream review because it's there. We go. Depends. Knowing what that Pokemon is, he could have never left. That's your patron, isn't it?
Yeah. Though he's always in Dreamland. Usually. I guess he's been in my own dreams.
Then he's probably seen what you have. Are you okay?
I'm not sure anymore.
I got a little worried when I could sense someone else in your mind. Wanted to make sure you're alright.
No, I specifically requested that they have a look, mainly because of something that happened.
The other you, right?
The one behind Allura.
Ellery. Come with me, please.
Is there a reason why we're going so far?
No reason. I just want to have a little talk.
Okay.
Ellery, what is it that you wish for? The one thing that you wish the most to happen.
I'll be honest, I haven't given it a whole lot of thought. Usually, my only wish is to make sure that I can save somebody when it absolutely matters at the most critical moment, but so far I've not had the ability to do so. I don't want to rely on someone else's power all the time, but at some point there's gotta be a point where I just can't do it myself.
I'll tell you something.
Go ahead.
I may have given you the means to heal people. I may have been a conduit, but that power always came from you. As patrons, legendaries, whatever you want to call us, we're just there as guides to help you through things and give you a little extra boost. But everything that you do is you.
You mean the... Are you talking about the prayers that... Are you saying that I've been doing it wrong this entire time?
No, you've been doing it absolutely right, Albie. But you've always been using it with your own will, your own power, your own heart.
Just... I know what it's capable of. I know that this ability just can single-handedly turn someone away from death, but there are times where I feel like it may not be enough.
There will come a time when you can do what's truly right and important. When you can actually save someone, when it matters the most. When that time comes, I have faith you'll be ready for it.
I guess I can live with that. But how will I know?
You'll know when it comes. Trust me.
Was that all you wanted to talk about?
One more thing. I entrusted you with this wish. Yes, I made a wish myself. And I'd like you to grant it.
You. Wait, you did what?
I made a wish.
And what was the wish?
It was something that I couldn't fulfill for your Umbreon friend. He wished for this universe to become stable, to rid of all the distortions, everything.
Are you talking about Lou?
No, not him. Umbrio.
And because of the distortions, it wasn't possible for you to do it yourself, but you needed it.
It's
Someone else?
I don't have the power to bend reality, time, space, any of that. That's far beyond me. What I can
So you
do is subtly push things into place to an eventual outcome. Whether the wish granted is the way you want it or not remains to be seen, but what Umbrio wished for wasn't something that I could grant. But you can. You and your team.
So I take it you needed a medium.
I did. Much like your Glacian friend works with one of us. I needed you. I needed someone who could be there in the world where I can't. To save it. To protect this fate.
I'll see what I can do.
And
Of course, I can't do it alone, but to be honest, we don't do it alone. We don't ever do.
that's what your companions are for. They're all there for you, you know? And I'll do my best to be.
I remember Levi saying something about shooting stars. Is that what you're going to become now?
Well, not in the literal context, but if that's the way you want to imagine it, guess so. And Alavi?
Hmm.
You have saved someone.
I suppose I've been thinking too much on the negative. I just don't remember.
You've saved many people, but some particularly close, I'm sure would be thankful you were there. Try to remember that, alright?
Yeah. But I'll try to think about what I truly wish for. There's not a lot I can really specify just off the top of my head. Just, I haven't given it too much thought is all. I'll let you know when I know of it.
Oh no.
Hopefully you hear it.
Oh no. And if you can grant my wish, I'll do my best to grant yours.
guess fair's fair.
It's nice to meet you. Ding.
And there he goes.
Oh, he's certainly a character.
He can be, yeah.
Are you ready?
No, I didn't expect him to. I didn't expect him to do that, though.
Legendary Pokemon can be enigmatic, to say the least. But are you ready to wake up?
Please.
Very well.
And for what it's worth, thank you for helping me with this, at the least.
Of course. Deep breaths now. In, then out. Now, open your eyes.
Hmm. Okay, sudden brightness.
Ease it in. Let yourself adjust. How do you feel?
I guess I feel like a certain weight was pulled off.
Do you remember the
I just-
things that you saw, the things I told you?
I'll be honest, I feel like I've been walking around with heavy weights on my feet. That's...
Focus on your
Um,
friends, your team, your family. Alright, Olive?
yeah.
Don't bear that heavy weight on your own.
I guess I feel a little more relieved that I know what it is, rather than not knowing what wasn't.
It's just speculation, but whether it's an alter or whether it's repressed memories, I'm sure you can figure it out and get through it, alright? And I'll help you any way I can.
I suppose that will have to come in over time. Once I start to adjust again.
Once things calm down, I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to figure it out.
You don't mind if I just sit here for a moment, do you? I feel like I need to readjust.
Take all the time you need.
It's not that's like the first time I've actually had that really happen in my own head.
Dream weaving it can be enlightening as it is terrifying, but it's definitely an experience. Padrock is still training and studying with it, but he's already doing so well as it is. Maybe someday he can even surpass me. I have faith in all of you, okay?
Yeah. Though Padrock is very much acclimating to your teachings. That much I know.
He's a good student. And with that, I believe we can transition to someone else.
I believe Padrock was the second in order. Unless Paulo was just wanting to go last.
I have to go last, but I could stand to go next.
I mean, I'm ready if you are.
If Padrock wants to go next, we can do him. Otherwise, we can do Apollo.
I'm good either way, I guess.
All right. We can jump to Apollo.
Actually, no. All right. GM has spoken.
What's up?
What's up is Apollo is now going to be going.
Apollo. Jize.
Are you
Shut-
appalled? Are you
I'm
appalled?
appalled at that pun.
Are you appalled about it?
That
Thank
one
you.
sentence.
Thank you,
sentence
Laura. Thank you, Stray.
That sentence had one too many syllables. Apologize.
Betrayal.
Anyway, Apollo is pressing over at the dummies and just shooting the shit with Celeste. So, Fate Breakers is what those were called.
That's just the name we knew them by, and it's what we've kept calling them. But yeah,
That sounds nuts.
the
I've seen a
thing-
lot of interesting stuff in my time.
I can imagine so, but it was just our way of explaining our extreme power of overcoming obstacles. We don't really know how it happened. It just started happening one day when all of us evolved, and we just kind of rolled with it ever since. Celeste says as she does a couple of stretches, warming herself up a bit.
So if I think I have the grasp of how you explain yours, probably not best for demonstration, but what were the others like?
Oh God. Well, my sister's was all over the place. Explaining it would take me an entire day, but it type change, did whatever she felt like. Lady Stella's was either very defensive and helped save us out of very tight situations, or it was a giant, big attack that very much harmed every enemy on the field. Oh my God! Don't even get me started on how Miles managed to pull his off. It came out of nowhere, but it definitely saved our skin more than a few times with him coming in being the guardian he was.
That sort of matches up with the records that I found in that room with Reuven and Kua, but that was actually one of the few areas where the records were too damaged to actually talk about that in any capacity. What was it like seeing it for the first time?
Oh well. Memory serves me correctly. It was a very tight situation. I forget what we were fighting because it's been too long. Definitely him getting to save the day and defend all of us. And needless to say, had the enemy, well, the enemy did survive from what I recall, definitely had their tail between their legs and they learned not to mess with us anymore. And they definitely stopped picking on Miles after that day.
Paul turns a moment and sizes the dummy up. Then rolls his neck for a bit until he can feel it pop.
I just hear this
think-
squeaking, the squeak toys noise.
Nah, not that. So anyways, I think I've more or less been able to understand, I guess, what my little quirk is. Every time I've been hit by a different type of move, I've started learning how to channel that particular element. If that makes any sense.
Really? Now, Celeste actually kind of cranes her neck a little bit to the side in curiosity. You get hit by different types of moves and it just all of a sudden you're able to use that type of energy?
For lack of a better way to describe it, yes. Out of character. The way I envision Celeste looking when she says, "Oh, really?" It's that owl meme.
I hate you. I was thinking the same thing.
Like, oh, really?
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
That's definitely something I've never heard happening before, especially when it comes to Absols, and I am very familiar with how Absols work. Or at least I like to think I am.
How so? I would say, stopping where he was and looking over at Celeste.
To put this in the lightest way possible, I had one that was with me on my team for the longest time. So, even though he was a bit weird at times and had an obsession for Pokepuffs, he was a good Absol, but he never did anything like what you're describing to me.
Well, let's see if this checks out for you. Paul would say before his horn would glow with a light purplish, not quite pink, but pretty close to it energy.
Lavender.
Paul strikes the dummy here with Psycho Cut. And then this particular move is one that my mother taught me. Paula says, sliding past the dummy and striking it with Shadow Claw. And then
Ooh.
Apollo spins around one more time, cracking it across the back with
Of course.
lowering himself down to the ground. Apollo jumps up and aims for the head of the dummy while using
You're just brutally murdering this substitute.
It's dancing.
Just a dance of
Glacy.
different typing. Literally the dance of different typings just all happening at once, and this substitute literally panicking, like, ah!
Then Apollo immediately spins around as his horn catches fire.
Oh.
I'm going to say that hits because the substitute cannot have any evasion because it's in place.
It's clearly vulnerable.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's good.
Literally scoot to
Apollo.
the side.
Strikes one more time with a purplish, bluish, and orange energy. Draconic energy.
The dance of multi-type death.
Those are the tricks that I've learned so far.
Celeste kind of was in awe that whole time. That is honestly incredible to see. I've never seen so many different types, well, out of an Absol at least, being used in such succession and so seamlessly.
Well,
The substitute.
Eh.
Like,
took a few hard knocks and almost lost a few teeth in the process, but yeah. I do know a few other tricks, though not exactly quite in that vein. They more come with the territory than anything else.
That's fair. That is absolutely impressive, and I'm more mad I haven't seen them until now. That was so impressive.
Granted, I think a lot of that has to do with the various legendary Pokemon I've tangled with over the years.
You've tangled with legendaries?
Apollo reaches a hind leg up and scratches at the back of his head. You've heard of Yveltal, right?
How couldn't I? Pokemon of Death and everything?
Anytime I've struck at a Pokemon one of the things I do is I sap a bit of life energy to replenish a bit of mine with every single physical strike I make.
So
It keeps me on my feet in tight situations, and in long enough battles, it really does pay off.
Celestia's just looking at Apollo, I almost said Miles, with the most bewildered thing, hearing that Yveltal in him combining. You definitely don't look like you have any semblance of Yveltal, but yet you're able to use the same abilities that Yveltal can use. Oh, this is very different than what I'm used to with God blood and everything.
There's that word again. Could you explain to me what God blood is supposed to be and why everyone was so wound up about it?
Celeste sits herself down and sighs. You might have noticed, when I was crying for you guys upon the mountains, I probably sounded a little bit like the Pokemon you probably know as Ho-Oh, correct?
I've never heard Ho-Oh before, but if I had to hear it at all, it'd probably sound like, well, maybe not exactly like, but pretty close to what you were talking about.
Back when me and the Guildmasters ran around, legendaries obviously have always existed, but they were diluted because samples of their blood was leaked to the public, and several Pokemon were getting access to them, well, or had access to them when they were still humans, back when humans were actually still a thing. And when we all turned into Pokemon, some of those traits started to expose themselves. I wasn't one of them that took them as a human. I actually took it while I was a Pokemon because I was trying to help my sister, but I have basically, to put it lightly, I am, in a sense, Ho-Oh.
Hollow raises a claw, and then he stops himself a moment, drawing it to his mouth as if pondering for a second. Still don't get how it's possible. Like, when you say taking God blood, like, how did that work? You weren't like drinking that stuff, were you?
No, it was injected into our bodies,
Oh,
and it just became a part of our, body.
well, I'm glad that my father never had to deal with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, definitely glad that that's not a thing anymore. What you
Well,
seem to have, it
it's-
seems a lot more comfortable.
Well, it's not so much that, but he's got a fear of needles.
Ha. That was out of character, by the way.
I was like, oh,
Hi, out of character. Mun has a fear of needles.
Me shifty eyeing.
yeah. Meanwhile, I had the same problem.
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, probably a good thing. Glad very much we're past that point.
Technicolor tussle.
So, you obviously went off and started doing your own thing, whatever that was, but what did the other guildmasters start doing?
Well, back when they were still alive, God rest their souls. I don't exactly remember what Sam did, but I know Kay went on to continue being the head of Plasma. Stella probably went back to just relaxing and, exploring, discovering fossils and all kinds of tombs all over the world, because that was
Think she's
definitely
got any more? Think any more pieces of her journal are still surviving out there?
Oh, I'm sure it's there somewhere. I just had to find it. I know she put it somewhere. I just can't remember where.
Yeah, she'll have plenty more opportunities to tell the world how much she doesn't like Miles.
Speaking of Miles, me and him continued to stay in touch after everything was said and done. Me and him were pretty much like brother and sister, and we often would journey and pair up together whenever there was danger running around. But after that, I kind of just started wandering the world with Trevor, and I just wanted to explore everywhere, and that's kind of what led me to being trapped on a mountain for that long, because screw those zealots.
Yeah. It also mentioned something about Miles being like the last king of Cato, was it, right?
Yeah, he announced himself on the news, becoming the king of Keita. It was a very big deal, and, well, I was proud of him, but a lot of the other guildmasters were really surprised when he announced that.
Meanwhile, Trevor shuffling closer just so he's in camera.
I see it!
So did he end up resigning that thing because they wanted him to, or was that always his plan?
Knowing what went on in his brain, I think that was always his plan.
Okay. Remember, Danica was always telling me about several stories about how most kings would reign that way for the rest of their life, either until they died or somebody killed them. I've never heard of one resigning before.
Yeah, it was a different time with all the houses around. It's kind of why I don't actually mention that I'm a Mandel.
I mean, Levi must have been excited to hear that.
It's the only reason I was able to get your guys' attention and actually managed to get you guys to, well, to free me, which was kind of my plan for trying to get his attention in the first place.
Hard to believe that some of us actually go that far back.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. I'm sure Kat would have been thrilled to meet Levi, though. I'm sure she's watching from wherever the hell she is these days. Sorry, reading chat. I'm reading the Papa chat in the Roll20. But it was nice to actually get to, talk to someone after being stuck on that mountain for so long, though. I would have appreciated if I at least got some form of words before Mugen Naito, was their name, came charging at me.
Yeah, she can be scary.
She practically spooked me, and, well, I didn't fully have control over my body, but I was still frightened.
All right. Given that you've been, well, more or less alive since that time, has there ever been another, what do they call Miles? The Armored Lucario? Has there ever been another one of those ever since?
As far as I can remember, no. There hasn't been one since Miles' passing.
That must have been cool to see.
It was, though he nearly scared us to death by nearly dying that day. Oh, even thinking back to that day gives me the heebie-jeebies.
How did he almost die?
He went on a suicide mission to protect the rest of us. And he came back walking to us bloodied and bruised and dying. The fact that he even survived that is a miracle to all of us. It's one of the very few times I was crying in front of the whole group.
You crying in front of the group. Not sure if I want to envision that. Oh. We're being joined.
And Celeste immediately starts turning red, and her wings flare up.
So this is another Umbrewu that we've got. Or is it Absol? I don't know.
Trevor, they're not Umbrewoos. They haven't been Umbrewoos in thousands of years. It's an Absol.
Right.
There is absolutely no Umberwood.
So
I heard it.
has she told you about that time when she got all that ice cream for us? Ice cream?
we were investigating something and we found a bunch of ice cream which we hadn't had in what felt like weeks, and I found out that day by accident his favorite ice cream was Rocky Road, and he still talks about it to this day.
Rocky. I'm not sure I follow. It's got lots and lots of chocolate. I'll see if Castor, when he wakes up, is interested in that kind of stuff. Oh, of course, yeah, he'd be interested in that kind of stuff. It's especially nice when you get to spoon feed it to someone that you like. Maybe you could do that with the Primarina.
Silence and floof. That's enough, Trevor. And she is beet red. Her wings are glowing. Yeah, I definitely missed having him being a doofus and flustering me at every corner. This lovely husband of mine.
Trevor just pokes his head right out from under the wing fluff, and he's got the smuggest expression on him.
Damn it, he's got the shit-eating grin like that one dog meme.
You could try that too with that Primarina girl of yours.
Trevor, don't force it.
Oh, come on. Lorraine used to do it with the two of us all the time as well. Even Miles did it.
God, can...
Right. Rocky Road. Anything else I should be aware of from your time?
Not much other than boring human stuff. And the fact that, similar to what you did with your moves, I have a couple of special moves up my own sleeve, though it's just me naming them different things and being stupid.
There's also that ultimate battle strategy that Kay taught everyone when he did that Pokemon battle, just like what you would do. Kay, go kick it! Trevor was pointing his finger up into the air. That was a strategy you'd use in battle? Paul would ask Celeste.
It's one of those you had to be there. Celeste is trying not to laugh so hard because every time she thinks of it, she starts laughing. Pokemon trainers were a thing back in the day. It wouldn't make sense now.
Sounds kind of morbid when you think about it.
It was a different time, back when there were more humans than Pokemon. But yeah, no, there's a reason that stuff stopped, because Pokemon training other Pokemon is kind of weird in that sense.
Yeah, I still can't get my head wrapped around it.
It's better if you don't think too much about it.
I bet you'd have fun with that Primarina girl, too. Miles had that one Primarina that joined us after we left the Aaron estate.
What am I going to do with you?
Well, we could go get more Rocky Road. That's something you could do with me.
That sounds like a great idea if you stop embarrassing me in front of these guys.
Or I could keep on doing it until you did it. I'm kidding, Celeste.
You better be.
The real joke is what Glacy mentioned. It's just a Luffy walking down the road.
Wait.
Wouldn't that make Alvi just a Rolling Stone?
Wait.
Believe me, you don't want to. You don't want a Rolling Stone when it comes to him, because there'll be a rock slide that falls.
All of you.
I guess that's why he has no moss.
We can keep going.
No, dude, we're gonna devolve real fucking fast because I know this.
I think we've more or less
Wait.
gone this route because I'm out of improv material for this.
Yes. Counterpoint, snuggle in the floof.
Saying we've devolved implies we evolved at all.
Whoa! Jeez.
I mean,
I mean, both
didn't.
Well-
Celeste and Trevor. I mean, both Celeste and Trevor have evolved.
Alavi didn't.
No, she's 100% right because Olivia is basically so easy.
Also out of character. Celeste.
What?
Hover over Trevor's token.
What? Hang on. I'm hovering over it. Oh, you son of a bitch! You absolute bastard! I hate you! I didn't notice it. You. So, though, to end the scene, speaking of that Primarina
Thanks,
girl,
Scott.
you mind? Yeah, you mind telling us about her? And that's where we cut the scene. Celeste has the shit-eating grin, looking at Apollo.
No, forgetful. No, don't bring up asphalt.
I need to go fucking wheeze and go bother Aura in his DMs. I can't.
Correct.
But you will, and you must.
So, meanwhile, at the tavern. That's just all they hear from the distance.
It's like Olivia just kind of like was just recovering from his little thing, and he just hears that, and he's like, "What was that?" That sounded like someone in incredible pain.
I believe it's nothing, dear. So, at the tavern.
I don't know how to start things off here.
Cup.
We can start with
Just
Levi,
wanted to grab a
and
cup.
you can play along if you want. Until things happen.
Fair enough. But, oh, sorry. Go ahead, AK.
Like, not that sure what to do with Padrock other than excusing himself to go to Ritzville.
The choice is yours. The choice is yours. Otherwise, I will be having a very interesting conversation here.
Just not sure why he'd be still be in like New Treasure Town. So I'm like drawing a blank of why he's here.
We can just say he's not.
Okay.
Anyway, would you like to have Padrock go first, or would you rather I go ahead and go?
I guess I'm still good either way.
Let me go with the prior order.
Hadrock just hears an ah from the town away. So that said, this map loaded all fucky. Okay. Fix all that. And we can just do this. So, as Padrock finally arrives at Ritzville, after a good couple hours walk. One moment. Oh, he shouldn't be there. Boop. Oh, so Roll20 we
Padrock.
just did that with the party.
Rock already kind of on a mission. Heads pretty much in a straight line to the place his parents sustain. And gives a knock on the door.
I recognize that knocking. Is that you, Padrock? Come in, come in.
Yes, it is.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Yoink.
Oh, she immediately just grabs you.
She just grabs the
he's probably
hell out of
giving-
you in a hug.
Padrock immediately wraps his arms back around her.
Where have you been, young man? I was so worried about you.
It's been busy the last little while.
Come in, close the door, please.
Padrock closes the door before leaning down and giving his dad a big hug.
He just hugs you right back. You've got a story to tell us, don't you? First, how are you?
I'm kind of exhausted, I guess.
Are you doing okay?
As he rubs his shoulder. As well as I can, I guess.
Need to sit down?
That sounds nice. I know you both have been worried, so it's hard to think of not too long ago, our team did have a bit of a crash in the mountains.
I heard about that.
You did. Oh. So, despite the remoteness, I did pick up some souvenirs for Dad.
Sorry. Souvenirs?
Yeah. Padrock opens up his bag, and out of it floats the different crystals that had been gathered. We went through one of the caves that had a beautiful array of crystals, but few of them did fall, and that left enough pieces to bring these. I thought they'd look very... Figured you could use them with your sculpture.
These are very beautiful.
I know.
Where'd you say you got these?
I think it was called the Crystal Caverns.
Ah, I've heard that place in some stories. He just looks over the crystals and gives a low nod, smiles to him. I think these will do really well in some of my works. Thank you, son.
I'm really glad to hear that, Dad. I'm sorry you both had to hear about that, the crash.
After we heard about it, I didn't know what to think. And honestly, this place didn't really fare that well after the news happened. The zealots were everywhere.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I remember hearing about that bit.
And sure, we had Carter and Stefan and Thomas here. Even some of the people working from Silverport were over here and helped fight them off, but it was a really big mess.
I bet it was.
But we did make it out. And thankfully, we didn't lose anyone here. But what about you? What happened with you?
We got swarmed in the air. It was clear that they were putting as much resources as they could into bringing down their airship as they could muster. We lasted longer than I expected, partially thanks to some maneuvers that Apollo managed to pull, but in the end we still ended up on the mountain and had to work our way down.
They did. That must have been harrowing.
It was. First with the cold, and then once we got down to the warmer parts is when the zealots started showing their faces again. Padrock sips his tea before continuing. Though it was weird. For as remote as those mountains should have been, somehow we ran into members of Levi's family tree, not once, but twice.
That's curious. What were they like?
Well, one was up in the mountains specifically to be in a place to be forgotten. And the other was in a bit of predicament and was really thankful once we got her out of it.
Sounds like you guys should be proud of yourselves then.
Padrock is quiet at that before soothing his sore throat with another sip of tea before finally managing to figure out his words. I guess, but that last skirmish in the jungle really wore us down.
Mm. But you did make it back alright. In one piece, I hope.
Physically, sure, though I can't help but worry a bit for the mental toll it had on each of us.
Something like that can't be good for any of you to deal with. At least if you made it back, there's always a way to come back from the experience. Sometimes even better.
I hope so. Given how busy some of the organizers at the guild have been, I think things are gonna get busy again really quickly.
There's still a lot to deal with.
Yeah, but you can kind of tell when a big operation's about to happen.
Mhm.
Food starts getting delivered directly to the offices.
The way I hear it, apparently the 3 of the heads of those zealots are taken out. There's what, like 1 left? 2 left? I don't remember.
Yeah, one of them was. One of them. Pretty sure it was one of them was the one that was hunting us down in the jungle. So you can kind of guess what we had to do there.
Right. I'd rather not think about that. Or even what's coming, but all I hope is that you make it out of all that alright. Once everything calms down, you can live your life for the future.
On that note, that does remind me of something that I wanted to ask.
What I said.
Mom, I remember from some of the stories, but what did you use to propose to Dad with?
Well, it wasn't really a physical thing, so to speak. I'm pretty sure you can guess that we can really afford rings or anything of the like.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. I've been trying to look into what's meant to be the proper procedure, but there's kind of contradictory answers. I think a few different cultural traditions have kind of gotten bunched together in the archives I've tried to look into.
Some use rings, some tie a knot with a thread, some do even more magical means.
If Padrock's skin was visible, he would have blushed a bit at the knot comment. Because I think Leela did something like that with her vines.
Elisa can just feel the warmth and just gives a little smile. She doesn't say anything. She just smiles at him.
Patrick just sips his tea again when he notices the smile.
It's okay, dear. I have faith in you too.
I appreciate that.
So, what do you plan to do after talking to us? Anything you have planned for the day?
I didn't have any big plans. My main goal today was to come here and make sure I saw both of you before anything else big went down.
Well, your visits are always appreciated and welcome. It's always good to see you, son.
I wish I could promise to visit again soon, but I don't want to end up having to break up a promise to you two again.
Oh, don't promise anything. Just try your best to get home safe. That's all I ask for.
He nods gently.
I have faith in you. I'm scared every day for your safety, but I have faith you can get through this. You've always come back home after everything else.
Bedrock leans over and leans against her.
She puts her arms around his shoulders.
I think this would be a good spot to call this scene, unless if you can think there's anything else to mention.
Might be alright. For the time being, we can head back to New Treasure Town.
Okay. So, I'm guessing it's my turn now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I'm low on water. Oh well.
Hydrate.
Actually, all things considered,
Wow.
could we take a 5-minute
Sure.
since we are pretty much midway through session?
Wow.
So we'll do that. And meanwhile, how are the other players in the chat doing today? We had a good chill time?
Definitely a much better chill time.
Mm-hmm.
Very chill. I'm finally done laughing.
/ dying.
Laughing / dying, yes. That's what we're going to call it.
You know, Harzath, you said Wouter.
Wowda.
And all I can think of is, anyways, here's a Wilder wall.
Water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water.
I didn't know Gig had jumped into the voice call.
Also, apparently, Kyanto was apparently thinking the same thing you were. I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, the Wilder ball.
Are you sure that's what he was referring to? Because that seemed like it was a little while ago.
Don't worry about
Then
it. He was talking about Padrock and tying the knot.
ah, understood.
Like heck.
Yeah, I realized after saying that I had to clarify what kind of knot tying I was referring to, which is why I hastily
Obviously
added the
one
bit
with-
about Leela and her vines.
I mean, obviously it was with rope.
Night, Smith Map. Meanwhile, I'm drinking ginger ale that I made. Although I will be right back really quick. I'm gonna get my circle bottle.
How is chat doing?
I've returned.
Me too.
Welcome back.
Be free.
Laundry's in the dryer. I now have my circle bottle. I can turn my water into flavor.
Heck
Hashtag not sponsored. So that said, whenever you're ready, Levi.
Understood. So, Levi would take a sip of the tea and set it down a moment before glancing over to Leo, to his side at Lycia, check his back where Rhea is, and finally briefly at Ariel before finally turning his gaze to the Alolan Sandslash. And leaning forward, one elbow, one arm firmly set on the table while the other was set in his claws, and a hand perched on his cheek. He would simply ask a question. How are you feeling, Raphael?
Could be better, could be worse. I'm alive, at least. Granted, the aches are still there a lot of the time. Rest isn't a really fun thing to deal with.
No, it's not.
Especially when
But
it's your bones that are resting.
But considering the doctor that you're with, history does dictate that they have successfully cured your ailment before.
Yes, but then they have a resource to do so. Pretty rare resource.
Indeed. And I imagine if we can reacquire that resource, unless he's already done so, we can get something made for you yet. But alive is a good thing.
Well, unless someone wants to go to Labyrinth Cave again, or wherever it was. Suppose
I
we're
wouldn't
having
mind.
else.
I wouldn't mind going again. The problem is, however, time is not so kind as to permit it.
Yeah, probably best to wait until the world's not, well, the universe isn't about to crumble. Otherwise, we're all dead, right?
Pretty much. But about that aspect, I know where most of us stand, but I don't know about you. We did kind of pull you out of there when you were at your low point. You were not given a choice. We just decided we wanted to help you. And so I feel the need to ask, where do you stand in all this?
Well, I'm sitting, aren't I?
Yes, but is it out of fear or out of desire? I suppose that's one of the bigger questions I had to ask you.
If I could stand as much as I used to, I totally would. Of course, this issue hasn't really been pleasant to deal with. Unlike your old guild master, I haven't been so lucky to get the treatment I need as promptly as I needed it. So here I am on my last legs. But, to be fair, I have lived for several decades already.
I'd rather it be a few more if we can help it. But as good as an answer as any. But I promise you this, if no one else has gotten the resource you need by the time this is all said and done, I'll get it myself.
Lethero said he would find the means to conjure up one at some point, but, well, you can imagine he's not really good at telling the truth, is he?
We saw the documentation. No.
Supposedly there was a kid who started working to try and help us, but I haven't seen that kid in ages. I don't even know if he's still alive.
Far as I know, he's still alive. Last I saw him, he was in the midst of a zealot camp, and he was someone who we made sure not to disturb. They were not someone who is actively trying to attack us, and they were not in front of our mission. If anything, if we got discovered, they ran away. And frankly, I don't make a habit of attacking people in their back.
Well, if you attacked them, I'm pretty sure you'd get backlash more than just from the Zealots. Because he wasn't part of them.
Yeah. Kill you. And I'm pretty sure I don't need to explain that I am it would not be wise for someone like me to upset my allies like that. Be that as it may, there is still a reason why I talk and speak of this. I wanted to make sure that you were willing to be as we are. Free and willing to choose our own paths for the future. And try to be a bit positive, why don't you? You may have the disease, but you're still alive, and so long as you're still drawing breath, something can change for the better. Of that, I'm confident.
I'm trying to see the world in a brighter light. It's just been difficult with it being so dark lately. That and the ringing in my ears doesn't go away a lot of the time.
Yeah, I can only imagine. But seeing that darkness for myself, I can only incline to agree with you. Which is why I'm doing my best to look to a brighter future. So,
A new dawn,
not
right?
just Levi would grin a little bit and just shake his head for saying, now that already came to pass. But I'm glad you got a sense of humor.
I'll never get over what they did, though. He specifically looks up further north. One of them decided to trigger a machine that incapacitated me.
Do they know?
Oh, I'm pretty sure they know. Pretty sure they recognize me, too. They were looking over a monitor at just who we were before pushing that button.
And have you considered asking them why?
We were helping the new masters in a base. That's reason enough.
Fair enough. And there was a time that even someone like me, the moment I would cross paths with someone like them, it'd be an open shut case of simply knock me out, send me to jail, and that be the end of it. But
I'm sure you've seen the inside of it so many times in your time.
enough to know that I don't want to go back.
Most of us have. Of course.
But that's all it's...
Of course.
Sorry, proceed.
Some had an even less lucky fate. I don't admire you. I really don't admire you.
But as the saying goes, times change. People change. And even though we may not see 100% eye to eye, honestly, that's preferable. We still maintain our individuality. But nevertheless, all of us come from a very similar background. And all of us, well, while the backgrounds may be similar, we all have chosen a different future than what was promised to us. In my case, what was promised to me was no future at all. And so every day my mere existence is a spit on the face of fate itself, and I find so much pleasure in that. But that's me. But I guess I should get to the point. My question is simple, and this goes to everyone involved. When this is over, what happens next?
Well, personally,
We-
I'm content
what?
in finding a place to settle down and live the rest of my life. Not worrying about who's gonna take me out or looking over my shoulder. Maybe I'll see the world someday. Maybe not.
This is Raphael?
Mhm.
Fair enough. Levi would nod a bit before looking over to Leo. What about you, my friend? We admittedly did meet in a rather unique method, but since then, it's been a pleasure getting to know you. So what do you plan to do when this is all said and done?
Well, first see a proper ceremony for my girlfriend. After that, I don't know. Never really thought of having a future. Ango never really gave us the chance to think about anything other than this. He was a bigger zealot than what you called the others.
Levi is just quietly sitting there thinking to what he saw in the jungle, what happened in Engel's final moments. And his expression shifts from that usual smile of confidence to that of a bit of a dour expression as he ponders exactly what happened. And closing his eyes, he would speak. Engel may have done a lot of shit, but knowing what I know about him now, even a demon deserves a proper burial. And I thought we were puppets. He was... It's a story. Have you heard about that entire report yet, Leo?
I looked it over once. I heard about what happened. Still doesn't change my look about him. All I ever knew was that. I never knew what he was like before. So how can I form any other opinion on him?
I didn't know who he was until I got exposed. That's all I knew. So honestly, I agree with you in that aspect. At the same time, it just tells me there's more to the story that I don't know. and I want to find out. Some point, of course. Not now. It's not a priority. Just a consideration at best.
If I may, speaking of Engel,
Of course.
I did compile together a document of his more recent known family members. You may be interested in seeing it. He just pushes over some papers. Rather interesting, the kinds of connections he has.
Indeed. Unfortunately, I am well aware that Lorenz and Nora are no longer with us. They were executed by Zorellen,
Indeed.
and I remember that look in Engel's eyes all too well when that happened. But such forbidden knowledge I should not even be privy to. Nevertheless,
You saw it in that dark space, didn't you?
yeah. With the area that we ended up in when people thought we died going after Engel, but no, we were just gone for 3 days and didn't even realize it. Stuck in this wormhole, this space between lost to time and space and able to see the memories and echoes of those who came before.
Or after.
Or after. But that was then.
I don't advise you coming to our time. You see a lot more than that.
I dare say I've seen a lot of things in this adventure. I think I can handle it. At least a little bit.
Have you ever made a jump between pockets of space that are protected from the destroyed universe and then you got attacked by the shadows all over? And then you never made it to your destination?
The closest thing I can compare that to is my airship getting attacked by a bunch of zealots flying around, and then us aiming for Shaman Village, but we didn't end up in Shaman Village. We ended up God knows where in the middle of the mountains. I'll be honest with you, interdimensional travel is on the bucket list, for lack of better words.
Well,
So,
I'll just say my mother didn't survive her trip the last time. And it drove my dad insane. He died soon after.
my condolences.
It's all in the past. Huh. The future.
Either way, if I ever end up with the opportunity to travel worlds again, beyond ending up in that dark space, I will look into it. Though, for now, just to get back to the main question.
What am I gonna do? Well, figure out how to fix this broken universe. If I can. I may
If we can.
never return to my time. There's honestly nothing left for me there, but I can at least try and fix what happened.
Fair enough. What about you, Rhea?
Hmm?
Yeah, I mean, All things considered,
What's up?
Meh.
She's just sipping her drink.
I see. All things considered, your ties have been all but neutralized, and yet we're still here. So when we're done with dealing with the shadow of our past and the Garchomp himself, what do you plan to do?
Can I have him? Can I have him?
If you're there.
Well, after that's done, I kick my team's ass and see if maybe we can go out and see more of the world. When it's not in ruins. I'm sick of visiting places where everyone's screaming. And a lot of it's not even from me.
Considering what Levi knew that she's been through, he doesn't really touch on that much more than she already has. But he does give a very calm nod before saying, honestly, I'm not even sure that when I'm done, if my team's gonna still be together or not. So I have to figure that out myself.
Well, you seem more stable than we do. Far.
I assure you. I'm just really good at hiding it.
Cool, you and me both. She
What's this
just,
about hiding things?
she just makes a crooked little smile and brushes some of the still not too stable fur on her shoulder.
Levi, meanwhile, just gives a toothy grin before glancing over his shoulder to Aluvi. Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. We're just having a discussion for the future. And considering the group that I'm with, a lot of us never really had a chance to think about this.
What, after everything's over with?
How do I put this? Well, most of us here. We're former zealots. You know that. Yes?
Go on.
A lot of us, if we really had a future, it would be serving. It would be serving to whatever higher power that we had in the cult and either ending up behind bars or ending up in a box. Or just continuing to serve and serve until, well, box. There wasn't really much more to it than that beyond the promise of happiness, but I think we've all seen where that promise has gotten us. And so, with that being considered, I'm just taking
yes,
a
the
moment
promise
to...
of happiness in a cold void.
Exactly. And so I'm just taking time to ask people here, what is their plan for the future? What do they want to do with their life? When Lothero's out of the picture, when Necrozma's out of the picture, the three zealot leaders that marionetted our lives are gone, or at least out of the picture.
Well, I guess to quote somebody who mentioned it earlier to me today in my own head, what is it you truly wish for at the end of the day?
I don't know yet.
That's what I said.
See, I'd like to hope that maybe someday I can personally get her some proper medical treatment. Because Anak might be one of the best doctors around, but there's still limited resources even here.
That and the dude's busy.
Super busy. Good grief.
I may not have a cure for Metallitus, or whatever it was called again. But I might have a different option. At some point, I just have to figure it out. I just gotta figure it out how it would work.
Oh, that's for him. I'm talking about for her. You know, my girlfriend's sister.
Are you talking about the scarring?
The scarring, the permanent nerve damage, some of the still not completely healed bones.
You know how you look at me like I've lost my godforsaken mind when I so much as consider taking Gigas, Olivia?
Mm-hmm.
You have.
Well, that's besides the point. My point is, usually when I took it, it was with a choice. With the leader that I had, it was with a choice. It was always a choice.
Well,
That's one of the benefits, I guess, of being a part of the Black Hand and not with the Old Path or the Wardens of Strife. Excuse me. Neither of them had a choice, and, well, long-term exposure to Gigas does have significant drawbacks and long-term consequences. Some of them I have, as you well know. But
Not to mention the mental issues.
not to mention the mental issues, which we will not get into. He just slowly turns to Lycia with a just like speaking through fangs, like, we will not get into the long-term mental issues, please and thank you.
Oh, she was saying that.
Oh, Rhea was saying it. Same response, just to Rhea this time.
She just gives a kind of a cruel smirk.
I mean, Olivia just kind of looks between the two of you in a tired expression, and he says, "Speaking of choices, I went to see Allura today.
Oh, is that so? How'd it go?
They're not repressed.
They're not repressed. The memories.
My memory. Turns out I have an alter ego.
Oh. So that's what's going on. Okay, that makes sense.
Wasn't the only thing that happened, though. Jirachi gave a little surprise visit.
Mm-hmm.
He helped me cope with a few things. So, I'm not entirely sure how to take it just yet, but
Well,
I do feel better.
take it from someone who is aware of these things. That side of you is your friend. It is also you. It will not do something that you yourself would not do. It is just more willing to do what you wouldn't want to do. If only to keep you safe, if not physically, mentally.
Oh, you need not repeat what Allura already said thrice over. I'm aware. However, there was one thing Jirachi did enlighten me to.
What would that be?
You know the restoring power I've had?
Mm-hmm.
Turns out it's not his power that's doing it, it's my own.
I'm going to roll dice.
It's like, oh god.
I thought you were blessed with their how?
And so
I don't
you
ex-
learn the truth.
I didn't exactly know in Fury, but I suppose it was an inevitability that they would eventually tell us. But yeah, apparently the blessings just unlock a piece of yourself.
Huh.
So the ability to cure a wound just in a blink of an eye, that's something I was always able to do, apparently. Just like you are able to redirect courses of energy.
Levi just quietly reaches back, grabs the tea, and just sips it as his gaze is clearly just like going past the Luffy into the cobblestone on the ground as he's just processing what he's hearing.
I didn't think you would take it so... You know, maybe I should stop talking about this. You don't look like you're very well.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm listening. I get it. It's just interesting. It got me. It's just got me thinking. That's all.
You know, I have some of my own ties with Ibutal. Much like a leader, except he's kind of bound more directly with him. I just kind of kissed him is all.
Wait, you what?
Anyways. So, you know how your leader can use different types of attacks?
Yeah, I mean, I know the part. Actually, yes. You know what? Go
I've
ahead.
noticed
Yes.
that whatever he absorbs, yeah.
Well, that's... I think that might kind of be Ibutal, but also, like, she just wiggles her claws, and within a second, you can see multiple different types of energy flicker between them before they fade out. That's kind of just what Weapso can do.
Interesting.
We're really diverse. He just seems to have the ability to absorb it more.
Well, I guess that tracks. But then that leaves the question. In the case of Padrock, his ability to, well, ward an attack, was that always something he could do via his own psychic energy, or is that something more akin to his patron?
Consider what he can do normally. Sure, the horns may manifest, but what really happens when he... well, pushes things away?
It may as well be akin to a light screen.
Or he may be putting his hands into altering fate.
A slight nudge. Jirachi mentioned something along the lines.
They hit you or
Subtly
they don't.
shifting. Jirachi mentioned something about subtly shifting fates.
I've never really heard of Xerneas being able to deflect attacks like that. If anything, you should have Xerneas' power.
You'd think so, but that is not the case.
And if anything, Ellaby or Padrock should have yours. Just curious.
And yet here we are.
Well, to be fair, I've been told that I have a direct hierarchy of bloodline to Deonce, so I guess that's where I get it from.
Your family. I'll keep my distance.
Hmm?
There's a
What?
complicated history that I don't even want to try and unravel.
He just looks at Levi questioningly, like, what is she on about?
Levi just looks back to Olivia and just gives a shrug.
He's saying that.
Oh,
Either
Zane?
way. Either way, Levi just looks back, just.
Like, I know he's familiar with tracing down my family line, it's just... That's a bit of a strange thing to say out of nowhere.
Actually, Levi does ponder before looking up to the others. Like, right, there's something I actually wanted to ask you guys. To those who were also ex-zealots. It's a silly idea that I had a while back. But when this is all said and done, hell, even now, if I'm being honest with you, with the lack of leadership involved, a lot of people are going to start becoming a lot more disillusioned with what the zealots can offer, what can be promised. A lot of the social aspects that were handled by Asmarella are gone. A lot of the strength-based assets that were handled by Engel are gone. A lot of the bold and technical and surprise retaliation aspects that came from Arnell are gone. A lot of the things and a lot of the powers to bring forth their ideals, to bring forth that happiness, are no longer in place. So people are going to start becoming disillusioned, and people are going to start trying to leave that life behind. Good as that is, I know for someone like me, it was the only life I knew before I got involved in all this.
Well, first, might I offer a suggestion?
By all means, because I was going to get into that.
He leans forward, crossing his arms on the table. Stop calling them zealots. That is not a name they picked for themselves. That is a name the rescuers gave them.
What would you prefer calling them, then?
By their name, perhaps. But there's no means of... No, that's not... What do you call the group of people that were once a part of the cult, now no longer a part of it, but... I don't want to say ex-cultist. That feels... I mean, it's not wrong, but...
The Redeemed?
Perhaps just address them individually. Rather than
Perhaps. But I can also see that by saying X, so that it can cause some apprehension. My point is, for those formerly associated with following the Crossma, if they want to get out of that life, I want to have a means to provide resources to help them. If not, just a simple rehabilitation, or okay, there's nothing simple about rehabilitation for something like this, but to rehabilitate them or to help them to pick up another type of life, to find a means to put those the skills that they learned in there into something more constructive. I mean, sure, a lot of what I learned for combat, for alchemy, for things like that, I've been able to apply here, but not everyone's going to want to be a rescuer, especially knowing full well the tense relationship that rescuers have with those who want, with former followers of Necrozma.
Not to cut off your line of thought, where's Padrock?
I believe he went home for a bit.
Oh.
He's
Well,
in
not-
Ritzville for a while,
There.
visiting his parents, no doubt.
Fair enough.
Something I'm going to honestly be doing later on today myself. Or at least my aunt, I suppose. One of my... Both? One of. Just one of. It's complicated.
As you were saying, though,
As I was saying, if there's a way to help them to go back in a direction of, or rather to start in a direction of constructively putting their life together, I want to help see it through. And I was wondering if y'all had any suggestions to make that happen beyond, well, we need money to make it happen. That's obvious, but I'm trying to figure out how to make it happen, not just what we need to make it happen. And even then, there's going to be still the situation of some of them may end up still needing to, or well, probably ending up put behind bars for things that they did. But I imagine defection is still an option, at least for now.
Money is only one issue, and even if I could bring the entire allowance of my kingdom to this world, it would be useless here. But there are many factors you need to take into account aside from that. And that is what you must figure out after this whole thing is over.
Yeah, I guess.
well, don't keep him in suspense. Why not enlighten him about it?
Because I don't know myself.
I guess that's the feeling of the day.
I can offer advice, but first we need to establish stability in our time before we can do that.
Right. I may be thinking too far ahead, but it's a lofty goal.
Sometimes it's better to take things one step at a time. Look for the future, but don't make plans until you're sure that you can bring it to fruition.
Of course. On top of all that, I know for some in particular, it's going to be awkward as hell saying hello to those who I may have once known a lifetime ago. So, then there's still that one factor. Not a problem. If it's a problem, I'd be regretting it. I don't. But it's still a factor I have to figure out. Though. Hey, Lensla.
Yes?
aside from having them imprisoned for what they did, what's what's going to happen to Asmarella? I know that I can't ask the question for the other two, knowing full well the condition of the other two, but she's still around.
Esmeralda will face trials for her actions. She will eventually have to pay her dues, but I believe she has a chance to make a normal life after things are finished.
I see.
Given
Then
her efforts in assisting against the conflict, I'm sure the Rescuers Guilds will see that and lessen her sentence.
it's once more a situation of time will tell.
Indeed. Speaking
see.
of Warsaw Bazaar, have you seen your team leader?
Training yard.
Can one of you pass a message along to him to come see us when he gets the chance?
I would ask Emmy to ring the bell, but I don't want to summon Padrock all the way from Ritzville, so I'll let him know.
We have some news you might be interested in.
Of course.
Granted, it could potentially address your entire team, but one at a time.
Well, telling the team leader about it and it'll eventually get to us.
Indeed, especially when it concerns one of you. The one who
I
isn't
see.
currently here. Well, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, yes. But, actually, a silly idea, but hey, Leo. When this is all said and done, you said you wanted to see the world a bit. You said you wanted to see the world too, yeah?
Me?
No, well, yes, you, Rhea, but also Leo.
You said Rhea.
I said Rhea.
You said you wanted to see the world too, Rhea.
No, I said right.
Yeah. That much I bet I can see, given we're in a bubble.
Naturally. But my suggestion is we take on the what's colloquially known as the Rescuers Challenge. Or Explorers Challenge. And that challenge is, well, climb Sky Peak.
That does sound like a challenge, alright?
And I'm sure that, knowing who we know, he says, looking down the table and glancing to the left, if we want to go to Sky Peak, I'm pretty sure the shaman will be more than willing to receive us.
Well, one of them lives there.
I'm sad I
Exactly.
didn't get to enjoy my time there.
That you can come with us.
Perhaps.
Aye.
I wouldn't mind taking a little adventure, although metal does get kind of cold in the snow.
So do scales.
You know better than I
So do rock. I mean, so do rocks too.
I assure you, I still have an O2 kit from when our plane crashed because I know how it gets up there.
Hmm.
That was not fun. Which reminds me,
Honestly, I was surprised how quickly we would start shivering. I thought I would be a little more used to it.
Well, I heard
Well, that's
some.
you.
I heard some horror tales that a lot of Pokemon up there like to make hail.
We didn't quite come across nearly that much hail, but it very could have well happened.
Hmm. That. Speaking of that event, though, I honestly should get ready to head out.
Hmm.
Levi says as he just stands. He finished the tea already, so he stands up and moves here.
Where are you going?
Nat, Mother, someone's there who I have not given proper time to explain what happened. And frankly, I probably should.
Hmm. Well, make sure you get back.
Actually, would you care to come along?
Me?
I actually have a consideration for Rhea, if you don't mind.
Hmm?
You mentioned the nerve damage, yes? How it can't seem to be dealt with?
Among other things, yes.
I was wondering if, Rhea, you'd probably want to try something different, see if it doesn't work. My, healing from the patron, when I thought it was originally the patron, well, turns out it's my own. I wanted to know, since it does have the ability to mend injuries, I wanted to know if it would work on you. Even if not right away, over time.
That sounds like it's something too good to be true. I mean,
Usually wishes are too good to be true sometimes, but you won't know till you try.
I've had these for the better half the past decade.
Yeah. Some wounds can't be healed, but this healing is not the natural way of doing it. So you won't know till you try.
I guess. I don't know. Just we'll see.
I don't expect it to work right away, so that's why I was wondering if you'd possibly want to have it be done over the course of a few days and see if it changes anything.
I guess it doesn't hurt to try. Although, I don't know what's gonna happen in the next few days, so...
I know.
Guess we'll see when it comes. Also, myself out of character, be right back, because I really need to go. So one moment.
Everybody got a BRB.
BRB.
Another impromptu break. Hey, Livy, a question. Livy.
Hey, Fox Butt.
I guess ours that stepped away too. Not a problem.
Posture check everyone's stretch break?
Sure.
I mean, I stood up for a bit and I'm fine.
Actually, I just reminded myself to do the same for you, good lace face. Also, hi, Moogle Butt. Hi, Drato. I'm gonna get up and clean up real quick, too.
I am back.
I'm back.
I walked outside my room, and it smells like someone's making beef stew upstairs, and now I'm hungry. Anyways.
We're all back now.
Mm-hmm.
That said, Levi did offer if Ray wanted to come along. Just a kind gesture, if anything.
I mean, what would I really do with your family?
Say hello.
I guess?
But it is up to you. Otherwise, this is also a good excuse to go bother Elijah and see what they have on their mind. They're the only one that's not here for this little meeting.
I suppose.
Though, maybe it'd be best to hold off until later. Or rather, wait till she's here. I could just bring her here.
Well, I mean, whichever you decide.
The Guildmaster would speak up. If it's going to be a family matter, I recommend keep it a family. At least until you know that she's comfortable with visitors.
I believe
Otherwise, it would be imposing.
I believe that she's quite an isolationist, from what I remember.
Right. Okay, I guess I'll go by myself.
Maybe another time.
Yeah.
I guess I can put the words to practice for the moment, if that's okay with you, Rhea.
I suppose. Don't really have anything better to do.
Levi, meanwhile, will go ahead and head off. And before going, give a small rub to Rhea's head before heading off.
I'm not a pet.
I don't
No?
think he meant it that way.
No, you're not. But a rub to the head every now and then is nice.
Sorry, old habits.
They die hard, don't they?
They used to do that in a demeaning manner to me.
I see. Well, tell me if this makes you feel a little better.
That feels a little odd.
Like I said, it's not the normal way of restoration.
Kind of nice.
I don't expect anything to happen right away, but I feel like a few days of this might possibly undo some of the damage. I know it's able to cure an injury if it's fresh, I know that much, but not sure about long-lasting ones. You won't believe the amount of times I've managed to just undo somebody's broken leg.
You could undo everything happening to my body. Well, that'd take a miracle.
And Jirachi just happens to be the one maker of miracles.
Can he fix this universe?
What?
Can he fix this universe?
I'm sorry, you kind of lost me with that comment.
Rain, the Guildmaster, speak up. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. If anything, the Wishmaker is giving us the tools to do that. We just got to see it through.
And
Hmm.
I mean, this might surprise you, but it seems the wish maker also has his own wishes.
No, that doesn't surprise me. No one is that selfless.
Also, I gotta be right back one more time.
Not a problem.
Alright, I think for the time being we can switch to Levi.
Mm-hmm.
So off in the north.
Let's see. Set coordinates. Setting coordinates, giving power to system, contacting Malva City.
This is Elijah.
Hey, Elijah. How you doing?
Yeah, hey Levi.
Sorry,
Alright.
I'm back now.
Yeah, we're just switching.
Sorry about
back,
that.
Levi.
Okay.
Doing just fine. I wanted to come over for a little while. Check in on you, ask a couple questions, and then take time to visit someone.
Yeah, just step on the portal.
Will do.
And when he dies, then everything goes black. And poof. Well, welcome to our little patch of hell, as we like to call it.
Something else happen?
Not recently, but give it a matter of time.
Malva literally becoming so infamous for having a raid every fucking week.
Yes, like New York City. He just quietly hikes back.
Where's your sibling?
She's off somewhere.
Okay, as long as she's safe. That said, I got a question. I've asked others who have waken up from the delusion, like you and I have, but I have not asked you yet. Considering all three of the leaders have been taken care of, and only 2 remain, what do you intend to do when this is all said and done?
Well, you see that like I was ever part of the delusion. I never wanted to be with him.
I was born into it. I can't help it, okay?
So was I. The only reason my mom kept us there is because that piece of shit she was dating insisted on everything will be better with it. Now look where they are. He's dead and she blew her own brains out. Yeah. things could be
Yeah.
better.
Things could be better.
So what am I gonna do after all this? Or the same thing I'm doing right now. Working this computer, making things better, and occasionally giving Isaiah a kiss on the nose.
You've already found your happy life.
Even if he doesn't share the same interests to reciprocate. I can't help it if I'm into the people I am.
I dare say after we gave you that mixture to get rid of the mark permanently, you've been living a happy life. I'm glad.
Better than I was. I don't have a gun pointed to my head every day now. And I do mean that literally.
I know. That's another loose end that we have to deal with at some point.
We could take him out. Make us all
Mm-hmm.
praise the day that he never pulls another trigger.
Them, Lethero, and the false god. When they're all out of the picture, happy day.
Wouldn't that be a thing?
It's more likely than you think. I'll see to that myself. Oh. Of course, that still leads to other concerns, but that's neither here nor there. Even so, I was just curious.
Well, assuming we survive the next bombshell that drops on the city.
And you will.
I'll make sure to figure out what to do next.
I swear the city's being watched by Victini, though, considering how lucky it is.
I don't see any wheels anywhere.
We just V-create some.
Either way, I'll be around later, right?
I'll be here.
Probably share some tea when I come back.
At least we don't have to drink that tea anymore.
No, we do not. Thank goodness.
These two are just chatting as he walks on by.
And Levi's to keep an eye on them, but he's not going to bother them. They have another goal in mind. As I am... Oh, right. Look for the one that's guarding the home.
Welcome, Leviticus Mendel.
Is she home?
She is home.
Permission to enter.
Granted.
Thank you. Levi pauses a moment, glances back. How is your day going, by the way?
It is going well. No viruses have swarmed my systems today.
For our sake, let's hope it stays that way. And with that, Levi will knock.
Who is it?
It's Leviticus. Can I come in?
You don't have to be so formal. Come on. Come in. How are you doing?
A lot less scatterbrained than when I last saw you.
Oh, that's good.
There's... Levi paused and was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go over here. There's a lot. Though, before I say anything...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Hey, wait, don't... Where are you going?
To the other seat? I was gonna give you that one.
Okay, I thought you were leaving like you weren't involved in this. I figured you've been here this long, you might as well listen in.
I mean, I practically live here. Where am I gonna go?
Well, you practically live here, and I practically barely know your name.
Eris.
Levi.
Good to meet
A
you,
pleasure. That said, when we last saw each other, you asked me what happened, where I've been. How much time do you have, Auntie?
Well, I've more or less finished most of my paperwork. Just have to send a couple more emails, but those can wait.
Okay. Because honestly, when this is all said and done, I'm gonna have a sit down with you for my own health.
It'll cost you.
I'm willing to pay.
Good. Because time is money. And you owe me all the time in the world.
Oh boy. Where to begin? I suppose start with things you probably heard.
That would be a good place to start.
So, starting with the fact of, well, simply put, we had a mission to Sky Peak, off to go rescue a Trico that got lost up there. It caught us off guard that we'd never heard any hide or hair of it from those who we actually knew up there, and we soon found out why. That mission was fake. And, well, that was also the precipice for a number of things. See, that day a lot of rescue teams got sent out for one assignment or another, some of them legitimate, most of them not. And as those rescuers got sent out and scattered, a lot of places got attacked. Everywhere got attacked.
You're included.
I figured as much. But seeing as you have several members of security, I take it you were fine.
I was okay for the most part. Some did try to come to the door, but the Porygon pretty quickly dealt with them.
Good. Had I not been here myself, I'm glad at least someone was. Even so.
Of course, Monroe's group and the Bards were pretty apt at taking care of the problem in their own ways.
Their music is to die for, so I've seen and heard.
Hopefully not literally.
Anyway, we ended up getting attacked in our airship, and our airship got effectively destroyed. If you open a map and go to the north, near where the supposed location of the Temple of Rejection is, we landed east of that, even at a higher elevation, and the ship was totaled.
That's pretty far out.
So, more than far enough for someone not to make the trip back if they were less ambitious and less stubborn.
Well,
Fortunately for us, we are very ambitious and very stubborn.
oh, you're incredibly stubborn.
And thus we made our way down the mountain as best we could. Which brings me to one thing I can say that may catch your attention.
Hmm?
I met someone in the midst of our descent.
Who was that?
You're gonna probably berate me with questions on me saying this, but the one that people down here call the Devil of the Peak.
He didn't attack you, did he?
No. No. We crossed paths. They looked me in the eyes. We even spoke. He knew exactly who I was.
I could probably smell my sister on you.
If not that, my eyes, but yeah. Safe to say, he's got my eye. He's got his eye on me now,
Hmm.
for better or worse. Unless he's already had it.
Did he say anything about Mom?
I'm sorry, out of character. I'm trying to figure out the best way to approach this.
Just the silence, and I'm just like sitting here smiling. No character.
Got it. I did ask about her. The only thing I got in response, aside from a gaze that felt like it was piercing my soul, is that she is at peace.
Oh. Saoirse's not here anymore. I see.
Someday, can you do me a favor?
Hmm?
Despite the risk, I want to take you up there someday. When I find a way that's safe to do so. And when I do, would you be willing to come with me?
Sorry.
No, It's fine.
It's just been over 2 decades since I've seen her, and now that I might never see her again,
I wouldn't go that far. He could have easily showed me a tombstone. He could have easily showed me the end, but all he said was she is at peace. And I know from my experiences, until you see it yourself, I wouldn't believe it. For all I know, she's fine. She's just content. But I want to meet her too.
living peacefully.
Yes. But I want to meet her too. Hell, I want to meet all of them. Every single one I've yet to have a chance to even encounter. I want to know more about who, or rather, where I came from. I don't know that. I can put so much time into developing my own legacy, but I know nothing of my own legacy. So, that's one of the many reasons I want to go with you. I want you to come with me. Because there will be a day that I go back up there. Risk being what it may be. But this time better equipped. This time with better gear.
And hopefully in a time when the danger of being shot out of the sky isn't present anymore.
That too. But even more so, able to handle the frigid winds and the cold climate. Because, I'm not gonna lie to you. While it's awesome to be dragon type, it's, that's not fun.
You can imagine with those high peaks. If it's not them that kills you, it's him.
Indeed. But, nevertheless, we descended that mountain. We fought a lot. We didn't disturb the wildlife. We went through all sorts of challenges. We kept a low profile. We camped out. We kept watch. We fought to defend ourselves. I'm not gonna lie to you. I made some choices up there that once upon a time ago I would have been proud of it. Now it haunts. Choices that would keep me awake.
Maybe a psychologist can help with that.
I would certainly hope so.
She smiles at him.
Sorry. Considering everything we did out there, though, and considering that I found myself drifting back to a mindset that I only used and maintained when I was still a zealot. And I found out that that mindset never left. it just retired, rested, went to the back of my mind, only to be seen again when necessary. And once it was necessary, doing what I would say now is unnecessary or unbecoming of an explorer. Your morals slip. The things that you care about most will slip away when everything is on the line. All that mattered was getting home. Getting home. Getting the friends. Getting back to you. Things like that kept me going. Despite everything.
When I met you for the first time, I met someone else in my family who I honestly didn't even know really existed. It felt like a miracle. Like the world was bringing something back that I had been missing most of my life. I took that jump into the water and I came out like this. The fact that I survived might have been telling that there was something more left. Something more for me to live for. That's why I became a psychologist. But when I heard the news that your ship had been shot down, I hoped for the best, but I also feared for the worst. I feared
Good.
I feared that fleeting gift might have been taken away again.
I get it. I get it more than you may understand, because for me, it's similar. Because for me, yeah, I was raised by my parents, tangentially, but more so raised by the Black Hand. But once I knew of what was in store for me, what my fate was to be among them, is when I left, when I ran away, when I chose to defy fate itself in order to just be at peace. And well, it's been an adventure. It's been an adventure to just get through this, and then I had the chance to meet you for the first time, and everything just kind of spiraled from there, and I understood very clearly. Like, I didn't even need to explain to me that well, you matter a lot. And I want to make sure I'm here for you, and well, keep going. At that point, Levi's gonna glance over and notice the tablet and look over to Eris in curiosity before looking back to Varda.
He just wiggles his ears and looks at him curiously. Sorry, she says that this keeps me focused.
Don't let me stop you.
He's on the spectrum.
I don't know what that means, but if the tablet helps him, then more power to him.
But let's get back to you.
Right. I will say this. When it came to descending that mountain, I know that there are points where it went from me being, well, myself to pulling from those prior experiences as a zealot to just make sure that we all made it through that alive. Be it by cruelty or by power, I was going to get through. And considering what we did, from Solomons who chased us through time, wanting to see us destroyed, to the zealots coming from left, right, and center trying to come at us, if we took them down peacefully, we wouldn't be able to do anything further than just take them down. They may run away. That would be their chance, but they could also easily come back after us, keep pursuing us. Especially if they were on Gigas. There was a point when it was, rather than weigh my morals of taking them down peacefully and keep going, I started weighing, well, kill or be killed. If not me, one of my allies, and frankly, I can't let that happen. Their family. I care about them a lot. Willing to fight for... Go ahead.
You had the mindset of a soldier stranded in the field. Just try to get home. I've seen that many times with my clients. War doesn't discriminate in who suffers, who lives, who dies. Everyone's in danger. And some handle it in different ways.
And Levi has a small grin on his face as he looks in thought before simply saying, "Adapt or perish." Those are the words that kept going through my head. Especially when we were in that forest with all the traps fighting Engel and all the zealots there.
Sounds like
Adapt.
Sounds like something that some people said when that alien invasion happened with Eternatus.
I can only imagine. But you're right. I'm not gonna tell you that we all walked away from that without scars. Every single one of my team members cracked.
I would be
Lord knows I did.
I would be stunned if you didn't. And almost concerned, even. Because if that didn't break you, that would have meant you were already broken. So, as cruel and arduous as it was, the fact that it did affect you is just proof that you are still a person. You're not so far gone that you just brush it off.
Honestly, there is a bit of solace in that. That I still feel these things. That I'm not just some mad machine always going through, despite how I may present myself when it comes to my team and how I may say that, yeah, I'm half past crazy. It's an act. Nowadays, at least, it's an act.
Well, let's hope that sometime soon you no longer have to act.
Yeah. But there is one thing I will say that I noticed and I keep in mind.
What's that?
Because, and honestly, it's probably something I probably should have came to you in the first place about. A mission we recently did. Okay, hear me out. When we were in that forest, fighting Engel, the smoke in the air from Eternatus, the traps all over the ground, trying to snare us in place or keep us down. I couldn't even see the traps when I was going through. I just relied on Apollo to call them out and avoided them as I could. But as we're doing that, and there were enemies all over the place trying to take us out, in the trees was Engel. And if we failed to notice him before they made an attack, well, let's just say Aluvi had their work cut out for them.
I imagine he did.
Recently, we were fighting this Zarok. Someone who was hidden among our ranks for a while. We didn't notice it till it was too late.
I saw the report.
And once more, there we were. In a forest. Not zealots, but distortions. Not a mad Grovile, but a Zarok. Scared, I dare say. But there he was. There I was, fighting for my life once more. The scent of the flame and the smokes catching up with me once more. And seeing him in those trees, waiting to pounce, waiting to strike, using illusions to stay out of sight. I had to remind myself it was not the same situation. I had to tell myself this wasn't Engel. I could feel my claws ready to go. Well, you know.
Given what
The same mindset I had then was coming back again, but I had to remind myself that this was different. This wasn't the same.
Given what the report said about his history and the fact that he was directly involved with Zar Ellen, and what inevitably happened with Engel, it's not much of a surprise that they seem to have adopted the same, similar, at least, tactics.
And those similar tactics had me losing my head for a bit there.
Just remember that threat, that chapter is over. And try not to lose yourself.
At this point of time, there's only one reason that I would lose myself to rage, to lose myself to the moment. And if I do so, I have someone that'll stay with me.
You have 3 others.
And growing. Which I guess I can move on to something a bit more positive.
Mm-hmm.
We can use some positivity in our lives, can't we?
It's always a good exercise.
So there's this place a bit off the coast of Harmony Lake called Kibo Village. It feels untouched, peaceful even. And there resides more family.
Curious?
Yeah, serious.
Just a curious.
I'm curious, sorry. But yes, not on my mom's side, but my dad's side. I ran into someone named Avia.
Hmm. Avia. Does ring some bells.
I mean, you may not have met her. She seems disconnected from the family, but she's still my aunt, just on a different side.
I've never met any of Malachi's family, but there are reports on them.
Would you like to?
Perhaps someday. However, it'd be more like meeting a stranger. I'm not sure we'd have too much to really discuss, and we don't exactly have the same kind of connection that you do, where you're in the middle of it.
Right. Which reminds me. Did you happen to have any other family you keep in touch with? Be it adopted or do I have any? What would it be called?
Aside from Ruth, who's my aunt, there's not really many others that I know about on my side.
I see. Then you can see like Levi's running gears in his head before asking, like, would I have any? Actually, he quietly glances over to Eris here. Looks to Varda. Looks to Eris. Looks to Varda. Would he be considered my cousin?
Oh, me?
Yes, you.
How would that be possible? I'm not even from this world.
Eh? Oh. Never mind then.
He came through the same thing that a lot of the travelers came through.
I see.
He says that the version of Cassia he's from was a lot more high tech, which is how he got that tablet. It was a much more futuristic Cassia city that wasn't destroyed.
Now, hold on a minute. A futuristic Cassia?
You know how that dragon destroyed Cassia City before? At least
Yes,
that's
yes.
how the stories go, right?
Yeah.
That didn't happen for us. The rescuers fought it off, and Cassia City just stayed standing, continued to develop.
Okay, here's the thing. I know that when it comes to when it came to the followers of Necrozma, a lot of them had technology like that. A lot of it I have seen, manipulated, utilized to get more information, but they had that. Like screens, tablets like that, computers, not just we have, but more up to date, more futuristic stuff I'd never seen before, but I could still make sense of. There was suspicion that they were pulling those resources from another timeline. Similar to how the travelers got here, but they had a traveler among them that was pulling resources so that they could prosper that much further and farther. And will have the resources that they do to cause so many issues that they do.
That wasn't from my timeline.
Okay.
Here, do you recognize this logo? He just holds up the tablet, and you can see on the back of it is a diamond-like G on it.
This is Diamond G, overpowered as can be.
I could probably ask like a couple of friends here and there, but no, I don't think I do.
This was made by Galaxy Industries. They're sort of the leading manufacturer in my world.
Sounds similar to the plasma tech here.
We have a plasma too, it's just they're not really as far along.
I would not be the person to ask about this. I would have to go ask my trainer. Well, I say trainer, but I suppose a better word would be saying someone who's taught me a lot when it comes to combat tactics. She's a wayfinder, actually.
Oh, is it the Heliolisk?
Yes.
I saw her about a couple times.
Though I'm not gonna lie, I think the relationship between her and I, either we're good friends, or I dare say she's a bit more protective of me than I expected. It's kind of nice, though.
We didn't have wayfinders in our time.
Oh.
And
Did you have explorers at all?
Well, honestly, this whole bubble that you guys have, that was fixed a long time ago for us. Granted,
Huh.
it did kind of mess a lot of things up. Let's say everyone and in and out the bubble was turned into Pokemon when it was removed. But everyone adapted, everyone managed to get past that.
While I would dare say it was an improvement, I imagine, considering the records I've read, the initial event was concerning at most.
I
Well.
heard all about that. Hell, well, you're not gonna believe this, but the Cassia City is not the same as the Cassia region. We're not called that. We kept our old name. Cassia City was just made on its own.
Do you think someday I can come to where you're from?
Maybe?
I'd love.
I don't really know how to get back myself.
I mean, try swinging by New Jersey Town. I imagine someone can help probably figure it out.
Maybe. But you know how your temples have like these special relics and everything? Amulets or
Yes.
what are they called? Yeah, and
I think you're on the point with you're pretty accurate with amulets, but yes.
in my timeline there are less amulets and more Pokemon.
What kind of Pokemon?
Well, see, one's this big snowy cat, this other one's some weird bush thing with a bucket on, well, a bucket head. One's a red fish, and what's the other one? Some weird tree thing. What are you looking at? What are you looking at me like that for? Did I say something weird?
A treasure of ruin.
Yeah, those.
Or rather, treasures of ruin. Here's the thing. You know how a lot of things are in disarray right now here?
They're here too, aren't they?
Your guardians are here too. Yes.
I thought things were weird.
Initially, we had our own guardians, and we had the ancient treasures. Now we went to Drake Plateau a while back, and we almost got into a fight with a certain snowcat that looks like they have blades for tusks.
Xianpao.
Yeah, that one.
The funny thing is, they were actually enlisted by the king to protect those temples.
King?
King of Kata. Like I said, we kept our old name.
Oh, you know, that not that part. That part made sense. I didn't know y'all had, like, kings.
Kata King monarchy.
The houses kind of remained after the first cataclysm. And House Aaron stayed around as the overseers of the region.
Next thing he's going to tell you is that he's got Paradox Pokemon over there.
Levi's gonna pause and was like, Auntie,
Yes?
do you have some paper?
Sure.
So do we know what Eris's type is now? I missed it.
Actually, I'll ask him. But yeah, Levi, meanwhile, is going to go into their bag, pull out a pen, and you can see them start writing, as well as some sparks coming off of their left hand as they're just jotting down notes rapidly. And the notes are surprisingly legible. They're just writing very quickly. Before, after a moment, they just stop. Look up to Eris and Celeste. Also, are you a dark type? Or still a fire type and just colored differently?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm a dark. Sorry, I'm a dark type.
Called it.
Understood. And with that, Levi just keeps writing more notes rapidly before stopping. So it's literally, as Glacy said, that this is multiple realms coming together in one place, causing a issue. Okay. I'm going to let friends know about that. But for now,
The type changed water that, well, the Guardian brought never dried up. Like apparently it has in your world. It's actually kind of common. It's just you have to get permission to use it. And it's overseen by the government.
considering what I've noticed, I am almost all but certain that there is a lost source somewhere of that water that it still has access. But wherever it may be is, well, who knows? I would have to look for it, but it's just speculation. I have no proof of it. But I've seen it preserved, I've seen it used, I've even seen it naturally. Hell, I fell into it naturally. Though he looks at his arms and then up to its horns. This is a bit different than type changing water. It's more type adding water.
That's the water from Amp Flames, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I remember always had it that the clans that lived there, when they evolved and took over leadership, they would use that type change water because they're special.
And meanwhile, we were fighting a Raikou that went mad. I can't tell you what drove them mad. But there was a point where they almost attacked, I believe it was my friend Padrock, and I used one of my abilities to grab the electricity from the attack and pull it to myself. I got stunned in place, though. Never been paralyzed. That was the first time. Never wanted to happen again. But me doing that pissed off the Raikou. I got tackled, sent into a wall, and fell fully into the type changing water. And when I came out, I looked like this.
Oh, I bet the clans appreciated that.
They didn't seem too upset because we took care of the Raikou problem, but we didn't stick around either.
Understandably. By the way, the common theory among the investigators and researchers is that the thing that pissed off the Raikou, as well as several others, seems to be attacking legendaries in an attempt to absorb their power, or in this case, their light.
Their light.
That is correct.
God. You just see Levi just like elbows on the table and just puts his forehead in his hands and just like, God damn it. Why does it keep coming back to you? I look forward to the day that I put that thing in the ground.
Whatever dimensional ground it came from, I guess.
Levi just looks over to Varda and gives a small smile. All things considered, it's most likely Necrozma that's being a problem. And considering what it tried to do to me, and considering what I did, let it be said that your nephew is not afraid to fight God and win.
Well, just keep one thing in mind. Given where it came from, your fight against it may very well not be here.
That I may end up going to its home turf and fighting it?
Given the way these kinds of battles tend to go, I wouldn't be surprised.
I have a decent idea of where it came from, courtesy of a couple of people that came through a portal.
The Ultra Recon Squad.
Yeah, them. Wait, you know them?
They've been in contact with the government here.
There's a couple of quiet blinks that came from Levi before he just nods and looks off. Of course. Even so, they gave me a tool that, if I get the opportunity, I will be using it on Necrozma. If not to send it back to whence it came, to put it down and buy an opportunity to stop it for good.
Well, given what the two from that place say, taking out Necrozma may very well be more destructive than it is beneficial, considering it's actually the source of light in their home, their whole world.
So how do we stop it from being a problem here?
Whatever you do, you would have to take care of it carefully.
Yes, ma'am. I'll see if I can figure something out. If it's not too much trouble, could I stay here for a while?
I don't mind. I'm not sure what plans Mathis has, but if he says it's okay, then I'm fine.
I just want to spend time with family. Simple as that.
And I'd be happy to have you.
And with that, I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'm gonna pass the baton to whoever else wants to do something.
We could potentially go back to Apollo if he wants to visit the tavern.
Sounds like a capital idea.
And with that, We can just
So
bring.
after Apollo very stealthily got Trevor to absolutely rile Celeste up, he took the moment to step away from the training area and head back to the tavern to see what all was going on there.
Vane just gives a passing nod and wave to Apollo. And Lucio gives a smile to him as he walks by him.
Apollo passes a nod to both of them for passing by and passing a nod to Alavi. Hey, where'd Padrock and Levi get off to?
Padrock went over to Ritzville, Levi went to Malva, seeing you-know-who, and I've just been to Allura, so...
How's that working out for you?
Well, I feel like a little bit of a weight has been lifted off of me. I guess I can say that.
That is the best news I've heard all day.
You want to talk about news? Apparently Levi had to consider what I told him about that very dream I was in.
How did that pan out for him?
Well, let's just say a mutual friend of ours decided to pay a visit. Jirachi. He came into my dream where Allura was tending. He got worried.
Interesting.
But besides that, he kind of may have explained a nifty little thing that we didn't realize, may or may not have.
That being?
Those powers that we've been using from the patron. Turns
I'm
out
aware
the
of them.
blessing doesn't just grant you these. It's something that you had in you all along. It unlocks it. Doesn't grant it to you.
Interesting. Paul says, turning his paw over and looking at his claws.
Which, yes, that also kind of goes hand in hand with whatever was going on with you. As Firme pointed out, they had the very same type absorbing thing.
Interesting.
But aside from that,
It's less that I can absorb types and more that we're just able to use them.
The way I've understood it.
pretty much that.
Though I don't know about the whole dragon thing, that might just be a you thing.
Possibly, but considering everything else and the new knowledge that this is my own power, I thought I would try and see if I can't address a few decades-old wounds that Rhea has here.
He's been helping. At least a little bit.
We won't know until we've done it for a few days, but I can't just keep doing this over and over and expect a change. I have to do it gradually.
Right.
It takes a lot out of me as it is.
But don't do more than you can handle.
But
By the way, Apollo,
Yes?
I got word from the medical center. Castor's
Oh.
awake, and he's currently in rehabilitation and physical therapy.
You got this news just now?
Well, I got it a little bit ago, but you were away. Plus, the facility's kind of dealing with the aftermath of everything that happened across the region. Happened there too. They were able to keep him safe, but the zealots were more than a little interested in his abilities, to say the least. How they found out he was there, honestly, I could throw many guesses out and any of them could be right.
Honestly, I'm just glad he's safe. As soon as I get the chance to, I'm going to go pay him a visit.
Well, he's physically stable now that Ingo's influence over him and Mugen Daina is no longer present. Mentally, well, he's complaining a lot. He hates it there. And he...
Okay, so he hasn't changed a bit.
Yeah. He misses you. Misses working as a rescuer. He says he wants to get out as soon as he can to join you guys, but the earliest the doctors are even comfortable with releasing him is 2 weeks, minimum. And that's if he shows exceptional progress in getting better.
Well, I'm going to make time tomorrow to see if I can go out and visit him, assuming the doctors are okay with it that much.
He might appreciate it. As for Mugen Daina, well, its whereabouts are unknown. Since it split from Castor, it's never really stayed in one spot. Allura did go over there, though, and do a reading. And she says that they're still tied together, but that link is less restrictive now that Mugen Daina has a physical form.
That's good. That's good to hear, at least.
So, who knows how that's gonna work in the long run. Especially after all this is done.
Right. Perfect.
But that's all the information I got. If you want anything else, you should probably visit the facility.
Out of character, we probably wouldn't be able to do that tonight.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
I don't have a map for it.
So that, Paul will nod. Thank you very much for that, Lancelot.
Of course. I do my best to keep an eye on all of you. That includes your missing one.
Thank you very much for that. And as for you,
This
Paul
part back-
says, sitting himself over on the table and giving Rain a nip on the hip.
We'd have to see if Bryce is back or not.
What is it?
What have you been up to this fine day?
Planning. Planning, monitoring, tracking, preparing.
Paul hops himself up on the table, walks over, and just sits. Anything in particular?
Finding ways to bring this to an end for peace. In case you, I'm sure you remember, but yeah, I figured as much. That's what you were doing.
Apollo has gone full goblin mode.
As you remember, I'm searching for 3 individuals right now. When they are dealt with, this world will be at a much greater pace of peace than it once was. And then all we have to do is worry about the fluctuations of time and space in the region as a whole and see if we can bring that to an end I'm leaving that to Araya and the travelers that know more about how to do that than me.
See.
I've also been training, keeping up with things that I learned when I was working with Monroe. The last thing I want to do is get stiff again. And if I lose what we worked to regain, he will never let me hear the end of it.
Well, what you could do. No. That wouldn't be a good idea.
Speak your mind.
You could always have Monroe come out here and do a sparring match with you. And use his rules.
What rules?
The ones that he and Nugget came up with back when we were both rescuing at Humbletown. You know, the ones that may or may not also almost have gotten Cody to dislocate one of their wings. And Resolute ended up putting both Monroe, Nugget, and Shin, because Shin was close enough that he could have stopped it and didn't, on extra duty for about 2 weeks.
I think I'll stick to my rules. Otherwise, someone may get hurt.
Well, the suggestion was to get you limbered up. Anywho, old memories aside. What do you think your plans are after this whole thing is blown over?
Check in with the community that I left. Consider whether or not I'll stay this time or stay gone. I'll probably stay gone, as clearly I have a lot more to do than disappear. On top of that, well, I got a feeling there's going to be more people that are willing to learn and follow in the footprints of other rescue teams. As with everything said and done, what can I say? People like to follow their heroes. And there's a lot of people in the world that'll need help too.
Speaking of the world, I'm looking at potentially traveling when this is over. Mugen Dino wants to see the world, and, well, I might have made a promise to them.
I was going to say, haven't you already traveled all over the world as is as a rescuer, but if anything, he'll certainly give you and Castor something to do.
Yeah. Once that's over, I might come back here, or I might just go to law school or something like that.
Just remember, if you decide to retire, I'm not going to take your badge from you.
Well, that sort of keeps with tradition. I still have my old badge from Humbletown framed up in the house.
Speaking of, I probably got to go check in with a certain Dragonite. Frankly,
For anything in particular?
simple. I don't remember if I've given y'all your ace badges yet. It happened around. I got them reserved around the same time when everything happened and all the cities were attacked. A lot of things got lost. Or at the very least delayed. So I will have to go check in with the post to see if the new badges have come in. I remember I gave y'all your obsidian rank badges, but not the ace ones.
Well, if you find the badges, I'm sure my team and I would be glad to accept them.
I'm sure you would. Who knows? When all this is said and done, y'all may just get the rank of master.
I find it strange. It feels like it's not been that long at all, and yet here we are with yet another rank.
I assure you, Luffy, it's been long enough, and y'all have done more than enough to earn it.
Whether we've earned it or not. No. I lost my train of thought there. Paul said, shaking his head. Anywho, Apollo proceeds to roll himself over this way on the table until just enough of him slides off the side of the table that he ends up falling onto the ground over here. And he stands up and shakes himself off.
Thank you for no longer keeping my notes in custody.
Oh, you look like you needed a break anyways. Out of character, that'll be the end of the scene.
Well, did you have something to say, AK?
Chuckling along too.
No worries.
Unless Celebi has something else they want to do, or Padrock or
Nope.
Levi want to come back to town.
No, nothing here, because I feel like we're burning the daylights. I've already
don't-
gotten the big thing.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't think there's like much reason to need to play Padrock Turning unless if there's like something important he needs to hear.
No. Go on.
I will go ahead and do what I just mentioned, so I'll be right back. Move Rain this way.
Hi, Guildmaster.
There-
Hi, Guildmaster.
Oh, Porygon.
Nope.
Oh. I'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, it's just a brief conversation with Micah and Letta before leaving with a small parcel. And I'm going to where's the button? Huh. So quite literally puts the box down and uses the back of his hand to just put the spike barely into the box, and then with a quick, swift movement, remove the tape and open it up. Pulling out two smaller boxes and pushing one over to Apollo and one over to Olivia.
Oh.
Good news. The mail did come in. And let that be a marker that you guys are, for all intents and purposes, what people need to see to make sure that things are going to be okay. You are one of the best teams in the region, and you have proven that time and time again through your actions and your capabilities. Your allies look up to you. Those who oppose you are afraid of you. And those who need aid are immediately assured of what you can provide. Peace and safety. And soon enough, those badges are going to be a bit more important as you travel the region and see the world in a much less extraordinary state. After all, right now, what that badge means is that you are the elite, you are the problem solver, and you are more than capable of delivering this region from the worst of fates. So long as you can keep yourself out of those fates too. I'm sure you'll accept this with pride.
Apollo holds the new badge in his paw, looking over, smiling with a nod, before clipping it to his scarf.
Now, the question that I have for you, Apollo. Would you mind if I take care of giving these badges to Padrock and Levi?
You'll probably see them before I do, and I think they would appreciate receiving this from you.
Sure enough.
Besides, if I did all the award presentations, what would be left for you?
A lot of paperwork.
My point exactly.
Besides, also, I know I don't need to say this, but I'll say it anyway. Don't go flaunting the new badge in front of other teams. We have teams in Treasure Town that are ranked from one end of the spectrum to the other. Darkstorm's a silver ranked team. Blackthorn is actually they're platinum recently. They've been doing a lot.
I don't doubt it.
Only they've slowed down due to the recent loss of a member. Though I have a feeling that in time and with their penchant for working with other teams, along with certain individuals in town being more than willing to help them out, they're doing just fine. They're finding their feet where they can. We also have a number of gold teams around too. But no matter the rank, all that matters is the pride that you carry with that badge and the capabilities of what you do with it. It'll get you the extra colors will get you some respect, but
I'll be honest, I never once had that thought cross my mind.
good. Let's keep it that way.
Do
That
people actually
said,
do others actually do that?
It happened a few times back when I held the reins.
That's incorrigible.
indeed.
I made it very clear of my thoughts on that kind of a display of pride.
Well, now the rain's
Having pride.
now the rain's holding you.
It's doing its best.
She snickers and looks at Rain.
He doesn't. He just gives her a side eye. Anyway, welcome to town, Lou. What can we do for you?
Well, I have some news from Humbletown.
What's going on with the tales?
Well, not the tails, but Lars is currently in custody with Cleo's group, and he's not doing so great.
Imagine he's
Expecting
not.
trouble?
No, but he is on a mental decline. He's given up. And while he's not a threat, it's safe to say he probably won't be in the mood to be talking to anyone anytime soon, including me.
I see. I know what his mission was. I get the desire. But to damn a world to return to your own, I can't condone it.
Well,
Still.
Well, to
If
ahead.
I may,
Mhm.
with the way how Lars was feeling, I can't help but feel that I don't think anything in the world would actually cheer him up except going home. I feel like that we should at least try to find some way of sending him back, if at all possible, without damaging something. That would be the only way he ever truly comes out of his slump.
honestly, I would give anything to see Ruben again if it didn't mean destroying everything else. But I've come to the acceptance that it very well may not be possible. Wherever he is
He's
back
pro-
there, whatever he's doing, well, was doing at this point, I just hope he's okay. I just hope he's okay.
One thing that wouldn't surprise me is that even if you did get back, what point in time would you come back? Would you come back the second that you disappeared? Minutes? Days?
Who knows?
Years. Even so,
But to put it bluntly, with Lars having given up, he doesn't really want anything to do with anything anymore. He kind of just wants to sleep
Hmm.
and
keep an eye on him, all right?
I'll do my best.
You don't have to disturb him. You don't have to wake him. You can let him rest, but I'd rather he know that at least someone's looking out for him.
On his brother. The only other thing that was important to him than Ruben was me. He didn't really give a damn about anything else. You know that we still have our same Z crystals that were given to us before we came here? Despite our new types, we still have the same crystals.
They still work too, from what I've heard.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter if they would be stronger being swapped. These hold sentimental value. Because they're the rewards of all the hard work that we did back home in Alola before we arrived at Keita.
I'd be a fool to deprive you of such a prize.
Probably why Cleo didn't take his. His weapon drive, though, well, that's being watched over.
That's different. This isn't a degree of being cruel to Lars for what they did. They do need to take responsibility for their actions, but
I think he's taken plenty of that.
both, in both spades, both from the receiving end as well as the giving end. But nevertheless, please keep an eye on him. And if we can do anything to help, let us know.
I hope I can break him out of his stump. Somehow.
There is...
He may have done all this shit, but he's still my brother. I hate seeing him this way.
There is one idea I can come up with on him immediately. I may need to talk to a recent guest here, but mayhaps an answer lies in the ruins of Mayota.
Didn't you guys clear all those out already?
No. There's still more to discover down there. We stopped when we found archives, but there's still more archives to be found. We have books made, but there's more to the series. And so I say, we keep looking around. See what else can be found down there. What kind of secrets are left behind in the old world. And if possible, if anything can be used to get you two home. Or, well, not just you two. There's a number of people, number of travelers that are stuck here. Not just you.
Honestly, what I'd be interested in is meeting whoever wrote those.
The pen name seems to be a mixed name. Well, an alias, if you will. Which means it's probably someone or someones who didn't want to be known, but at the same time, whoever wrote them, I imagine they're simply glad to have their history shared.
Well, whoever did it, the language they're using is impressive. It's incredibly efficient, but it's also foreign. Definitely not from us. I'd like to reach that sometime.
Perhaps some point in the future.
Some-
Who knows? When the world is no longer as much of a mess full of distortion, we may find a means to return.
Sometime, maybe.
But until then,
Well,
we'll keep looking.
I'm gonna take my tea and head back home, alright?
Safe travels, Lou.
Thanks, Emmy. See you guys later. I'll let you know if anything else happens.
Take care. I do feel bad for that one, but it can't be helped.
We'll get through
We
it
can only
something
just-
eventually.
We can only just hope we find a solution. Until then, I just hope he doesn't starve himself.
Depression has... It's a powerful influence. Hopefully you can keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't do anything rash.
Agreed. But we'll find out in time.
Truth be told, I feel like the only thing that could really make someone happy would be to see the brighter side of things, but he doesn't want to see that. Especially since the world around him is crumbling as we speak. There is no bright side in his eyes.
Well, maybe when we fix it, he can start to see that.
Here's hoping.
That said, I think if everyone's good, that might be the end of it.
Let it be so.
It is late
Let
o'clock.
it be. It is
8
late
o'clock.
o'clock, and it is. It is now. Legoob.
Well, that is the end of session 120. 6 left to go.
It's coming.
Can't be that few left.
Right. What did everyone think? We all had fun?
It was fun.
Don't believe we have
I got-
any pictures, so we can just do what we like before we can rate out.
I got to put more into the relationship between Levi and Varda, and I am happy. On top of that, I also got a chance to finally talk to all the zealots and figure out something of a plan for the future. But we have a path. We have a path.
Path of Fire.
Something like that.
No, see, they left the Zealots, so it's the path of exile.
Wow.
Although it's just like Glaze, you like stop calling them zealots. Me,
What do you want me to call them then?
right? Like all of them.
Yeah.
Someone's like former
I was-
followers of of Necrozma.
I mean, like, Aluvi suggested the Redeemed.
I mean, that's a title, but that also still puts a title as well as may not be the most accurate title. So I'm like, maybe.
It's complicated.
It's
Look,
complicated.
in the eyes of the Zealots, they're heretics.
True. Levi Evans called himself a heretic before out of joy because he was free of them.
Well, I guess we gotta gloss the plot. All right, fire! And then at the very end, fucking heretics!
But no. For the time being, a lot of that stuff is going to be just post-campaign things. But
We have plenty of things we can do after the fact.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, Aluvi's found something to do, and that is by trying to take his unlocked potential to quite literally just try and see if he can't cure what other people can't.
We'll make a fine doctor of you yet.
It's literally like, well, if this method doesn't work and natural methods don't work, what if we had an unnatural method?
Also, this was session 120, yes?
Yes, 120.
All right.
The funny.
I'm going to go ahead and update the rank tracker as well as put the rank in for last session.
Also, I find it funny they call it obsidian and it's not even black for a metal.
No, the badge you'll have now is the ace rank. The obsidian rank was last time.
Oh.
Also, the ranks in order were normal, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, platinum, obsidian, ace.
And then shortly thereafter,
master rank 1, 2, 3, dawn
So we're-
rank, and then wayfinder rank.
so literally it's like we're one rank off from being masters, effectively.
Yes.
Christ.
That being said, I need to figure out what we did last session, which was
That was Seth.
investigate, extortion.
But yes. A nice session to watch. Well, I'm glad for Triple Legends. And also Heck Simsy Bean, Ninja Blade, and everyone else watching.
I'll
So,
get a proper rank for it.
I
later.
booped the Senna.
Thank you
Yes,
for
this
coming
is
out
Sabine,
tonight.
all the boops. Also, hi, I've been here. I've just been existing for like the past hour.
hi,
Mhm.
I've been here all along.
Hi, I
I've
do
been-
voices.
I've been here the whole time.
I've just been quietly dying because I didn't know Trevor was gonna be here today. You're a son of a
Quietly, she
bitch,
says.
Glacy.
Smile.
Like I just saw him on the off the camera, and then I saw him slide up just one space.
No,
I'm like,
yeah,
he's trying
I
to
saw
nudge into
that.
the
Who,
camera.
was that you, Glacy, moving him?
He's trying
Smile.
he was trying to nudge himself into the camera.
No, the thing that sent me was when Oris started talking to himself in character between Apollo and Trevor. That
believe
is
me.
what got me going, and laughing.
To be fair, in some situations I'm able to do that, but it really takes a bit of preparation for me.
You have no idea. I don't hear Aura switch between voices too often. You have no idea how fucking funny it is.
It's just like, oh hey, Luffy, how you doing?
Pap.
It's great we got straight voicing Trevor.
I know. I see. The thing is, I'm probably gonna hear Trevor
Please
tomorrow.
tell
I'm gonna-
me somebody clipped that for Scott.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this now straight, my beloved. You've ruined the voice that Scott does for Trevor for me forever from now on. That was. How did you get the meathead part of his personality so perfect?
Maybe it's because
There's a few
knows the
people I
feel.
try to emulate when I'm doing the meathead part of the personality. The rest is just improv. So basically, that entire act was held together with dental floss, Elmer's glue, and spite.
With a little bit of duct tape.
It was perfect. But yeah, no, I always love coming on and doing the extra voices for Glacy. You got lucky. Arcella didn't get talked to today. Or I swear to God.
Soon, TM.
I've got something maybe special planned for that.
Ooh!
I haven't solidified it yet. I have details I need to discuss with Glacy.
To be fair,
I may
Like-
have that.
like if I were to take two voices, let's say like Olivia and Chartel,
Just like, so, what's the deal with this Trevor guy?
oh, he's not really from here.
He's a little stupid, and I love him.
That's actually really
He might,
impressive.
so he might have a little bit of a screw loose.
Screw loose. Ha!
That's actually really impressive. You can switch that
It's
easily.
actually pretty good. But no, thank you for having me as always, Glacy, to come and do some extra voicing for this town session. It's always a treat coming on and doing these for you.
What?
And I love hearing all you guys do your little sessions. It's great.
But
Look, if
I
I had
will-
another, if I had another opportunity to use Chartel, it'd be a little more pragmatic.
Go ahead, Glacy.
I will note, today is the last free town session of the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
We will have
There is no
another
more
town
nesting.
session, but there are big things planned for it. Aside from that, we
session.
have one mission and then the final mission, 4 sessions
Yep.
long.
It's almost over, you guys.
It's almost ogre.
I'm so sad.
It's
You
bitter.
got to play as Celeste
It's bittersweet.
twice.
It is bittersweet.
But we made it
Better
this
sweet
far.
than the bitter.
We made it this far, and we are going to make it to the end.
Oh.
And I'm gonna hug you all.
Ah. Who should we go raid now
Who
that
should we raid
session's
out
over?
to?
Scott, I think, is doing some spoilerinos for Deltarune, so
They
fair
are.
warning on that.
Yeah, let me check Twitch.
Weech.
I see Sintala is playing Tunic.
Tunic! Fun stuff.
That's my Incineroar buddy. Yeah, Scott's doing Chapter 4 Deltarune. That's spoilerinos.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't raid them.
We could raid GDQ for the memes.
Nah.
Now's your chance to be a
Rather-
big shot.
I'd rather support a smaller creator.
Yeah.
Pixel Shiva's playing Luma Island.
Hmm.
Luma.
I haven't heard of that. You could.
I know that. I'm looking around the ones I have here.
I follow a lot of small. There's this nerd called Araya Silverstone who's live right
Who
now.
the fuck is
And
that?
then
Who cares about that person?
I know there's Orgo who's playing Peak right now.
Peak.
Everyone is playing Peak right now.
I'll
Imagine-
follow you.
Yeah, there was somebody who took a funny snapshot of the briefcase that you're supposed to get after getting to the first mountain, and it was underneath a bush, a solid bush that you couldn't
Oh.
interact with any of the items that you opened up the case in.
Cuddles is playing WoW.
Wow.
Velocio's playing Rust. Oh, Cage Vathiel is actually live with art.
Yeah, that's
That is a valid raid target.
They only have 2 people watching.
Go get the Vath. Get the Vath.
It's all
Are they
one
still
word,
alive?
no underscores for.
Yeah,
dashes
no
or anything.
underscores. Capital KHV. Yep, that's the one.
Yep.
Let's
Wait,
go give
hold
Vath
on,
some love.
Hold on. Are they still live? They're not
I
live
think
on mine.
I believe they are because I can see them in the Mythics Vibe Tribe like public stream room. So yeah, they're probably doing a stream right now.
They're actually no longer
Offline.
live.
Oh, they're not?
There.
Oh, they just went off.
Hey, Twitch, how about you
Well,
quit
shoot.
lying to me, you piece of shit?
That's why I was like, wait, are they still live?
Well,
Heck.
shoot.
We just missed it.
Darn.
I was actually going to suggest it as well, but I didn't know if anyone here was familiar with them.
I've never rated that. I know about her, but never rated her.
Azure of the Moon. Flare. My buddy Gordy.
Hey, Sass. Pick one and we'll raid
Yeah?
out to him.
Pick one. How about we do Raccoon the Dog VT? They're live with another VTuber playing Mage Runner.
Want to post their name in chat?
Yeah, let me get their name for you. They're a friend I met during SummerSlam. Oh, actually, they're playing Stardew Valley. I'm gonna post it in pop-out chat for you. There it is. Ignore the live. I just copied out all the words there. They're live with some Stardew Valley.
Fun. Well, we will be raiding to Raccoon the Dog TV, VT. And hope you guys had fun with this session. Because we're about to get into some real big shit pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
Like everybody here is in deep shit.
Oh, you're all gonna die.
You're gonna die.
See you guys next week, and hope you're ready for the end game. Later.
Bye.
Yum, 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 yum.